Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 1. I'm Digital Cast William Zhang, and joining me today, my other half, hailing from Taree, Sydney, standing at 10 bananas tall, the two-tap Tony, Anthony McMullen. Anthony McMullen, how you doing?
McMullen, yeah, good day, good evening. Keen for some VOT this evening.
Yeah, indeed. And now, as you guys know, it's stage 3 already. We're nearing the end of the Oceania Tour, and now or never, the long-standing Titan teams, plus any new budding teams, have to give it their all in order to qualify for the regional championships and the Oceania championships. Now, without further ado, let's just check out how this tournament works with this nice video explainer.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance Qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as-yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
Well, as you can see, the video explained everything rather nicely. I just want to add on, in the closed quals, only 4 teams will qualify for the 1st and 4th seed into the regional finals. And then the bottom 4 go into the 1st and 4th seed for the closed qualifiers too.
It should be definitely interesting. A lot of heavy hitters.
Indeed. And also now, without further ado, let's also check out the prize pool for, the regional finals. Look at all that cash.
The
order. That for one time, and a wild card the second.
Yeah, wild card and order second, 4,000 and 3,000 respectively. And of course, a 2,000 as well for 3rd place. I can't remember off the top of my head. And 4th took home a lovely grand there. Of course, Digital, that's a ton of money to take home. But of course, there's also more money to take home as well.
Indeed. Aside from that money, there's also the Vodafone MVP prize pool of $250 for the MVP across the entire board, stats-wise.
Looking to pad the pockets there, it would seem. And, well, we got a ton of really great games this evening, I feel, Digital. What game are we, of course, looking forward to, first of all?
Well, let's just check out the brackets first for the overall close qualifiers this time around. And yeah, look, starting things off first time round, I gotta say, Order and Orgless, of course, that's the first matchup if you guys may have seen. I gotta say, bit of a tough matchup, but the other few, closer games.
Yeah, Order versus Orgless, one of those David versus Goliath matches, Mind Freak Peace especially as well. I feel gonna be a little bit closer. Wildcard Sots too, they've come toe-to-toe very, very recently, and same with the likes of Bliss and Villains.
Yeah, but the thing about the 2 teams is that these are best of 1s, at least in this first stage, and it's a double elim bracket, so when you go into the lower bracket, it's a best of 3 before you get knocked out. That's fine. But in the best of 1, Upset City, despite the David versus Goliath, story we have going for Order and Orgless.
Yeah, we can definitely see some interesting and crazy upsets, and of course, as we said, Orgless vs Order, first of all here. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting one, as we've said, and as we've seen, Order, very, very strong form, of course. They've had a bit of a recent roster swap, but overall, they're looking still like the first place team in the country.
Without a doubt, they have had a little bit of, chinks in the armor, but overall, man, they bounce back and their form is ever still so strong. Okay, so for our first matchup, Order versus Orgless, let's check out Order and what they have, players-wise. So, there you have it. Tux, Texter, Autumn Disco, and the latest the field player, Maple.
Yeah, Maple just being snatched up by Order. They saw his performance, I believe, in the last closed qualifier under the McBTS now Peace banner, and well, definitely a great signing here from Order overall. Maple, a ton of individual talent, and it's going to be proven here whether he's the right fit for Order or, you know, whether they might have to go fishing a little bit further.
Well, I think they might be doing okay, because from last time I've talked to Maple, he seems to be slossing quite nicely, and yeah, he is replacing Sign on this overall, and it's just what Order needs. Well, let's check out their opposing team for tonight in this best of one. It will be Orgless. Now, Tony, this is the puggiest team for this stage. Let's see it. Nameless, Kiseki, Zenix, Aaron, and Cream.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an unknown roster. We saw them, of course, in the open qualifiers actually take a series against Nebula to get themselves into this closed qualifier. And as you said, one of those more looser style of teams, and especially I give props to, you know, some of their rosters, as we've seen Aaron, a former Overwatch professional, Cream, a very sharp individual player to look for at this Orgless roster.
Yeah, and look, I hope them the best, and I'll get to their little story and matchup against Nebula a little bit later on. But first off, let's just look at the head-to-heads of these two teams. Order, who else would we rather have than Disco? Mr. Consistent here versus Cream, Mr. Cracked.
Yeah, Mr. Cracked, I believe a 71 kill game in one of the series in the open qualifiers. Of course, that's not Cream on the board, that's Aaron. We appear to have swapped up the photos, but yeah, of course, Cream, as we've said, he's gonna have to go toe-to-toe against a very familiar face in Disco. His raise is absolutely insane, and I'd hate to go against any of these Order players if I'm Orgless right now.
Yeah, you know, Disco as well, despite being known as that Ray's main, the cracked aimer he is, he's also been picking up a lot of Sky recently, so it's good to see that, you know, all the players in the Order, they are starting to flex and show their depth. And add on to a point a little bit earlier, yeah, you know, Cream, I was reading the name, Steve Chong? That doesn't look like Steve Chong to me, but hey, we never know, you know, it could be. Okay, now, Tony, I want to hear your thoughts about this, because Order, they have a reputation. This is the closed qualifiers 1. And their history has shown that they don't want to lose any game.
Yeah, Order definitely probably looking to come out of the gates swinging this evening and, you know, play very, very serious. And of course, for the side of Orgless, they're looking to answer for that serious nature. As you said, best of one, a ton of upset potential here. If Orgless could do it, they've already done it in the open qualifiers to qualify here.
Indeed. But also, you know, Order, the thing is, look, they have essentially Autumn, Disco, Texter, and Maple. Despite Texter and Maple playing, you know, sort of not duelist characters, they have the mechanics of a duelist. Okay, now, looking at the vetoes, we can see a lot of the maps are banned, Breeze is banned, and the map to be played, it is Bind.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting one, especially if you've seen Order recently. They love to play blind. It's one of their bread and butters. Of course, I believe an overall win percentage in recent times of, I believe, 80+%. So very interesting to see that Orgless, you know, leaving the vetoes to go to Bind. Of course, we see Breeze being banned out by Order. Maybe not too comfortable on that map yet. They've been pracking it quite a bit, but we haven't seen them officially on that map just yet.
No, there hasn't really been that many officials at least played on Breeze, and it's a shame, really. I really want to see it come out, but unfortunately, in best of ones, I just don't see it being a possibility, because Upset City, best of ones, anything can happen, and on Breeze, the biggest, I would say, risky curveball map out of the entire pool, makes sense. Order bans it right off the bat.
It's also interesting to see them be banning out Split. Maybe not too comfortable on that map. We haven't seen Order too much on Split in recent times. I believe before they went under the Order banner, they played a ton of Split. I believe Team Launch back in the day. Of course, Ferg back in that roster way back. Of course, we're speaking 6 months plus. And, you know, for August, you know, very stock standard banning out the Icebox. They don't want to be playing that against a very, very good team like Order. And Haven also being banned. Order love to play Haven, especially in historics, especially in recent times as well.
Yeah, Haven, one of those big maps, and especially Order, they are defense powerhouses all the time, you know, especially against weaker teams that they may not necessarily respect as much. They always tend to show aggressive pressure on defense, and the enemy team on attack just can't respond to it. That's what they keep abusing, and it just becomes very one-sided very quickly. Although, Tony, I want to point out, like, on paper, Orgless, actually, they have played Breeze two times. Granted, I don't think it's gone too well, but on defense, they are quite strong. But then again, it's banned, and I'm just ashamed because I want to see it come out best of one. But look, Tony, on bind, on paper also shows that Orglis 67 win rates on defense.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a defensive side coming out from August. Of course, if you don't know too much about them, and, well, we can't really blame you, though. A bit of a dark horse team going into this closed qualifier, as we said, upsetting Nebula. And, you know, they've been here or there. They've played, of course, the ESL AOC. They played the Order Nova Invitationals. They've played all 3 stages here, the open qualifiers, and they've finally cracked it here. And it seems, you know, they've finally had their shot at it, and this is probably the moment to take it here against Order. But this is going to be a very rough matchup for them.
Yeah, you know, eventually it will come up. We are just waiting for, you know, all the players and everything to set the lobby up. But at the same time, I just want to say, the thing is, despite being a pug team, right, I keep saying this, I don't expect them to go really too far against stronger teams. They just don't have that structure and perhaps strats, how deep they can play, how good's the team cohesion versus Order. As you know, they have been the core 5 for so long, with only recently dropping Signed and picking up Maple to directly replace him, arguably a mechanically more impressive player. I love you, Signed, no cap, but just saying.
Yeah, Maple, you know, one of these, I guess, heavy impact players here. Of course, you've already got a ton of heavy impact players on this roster. Autumn Disco especially, very comfort on the duelist picks, and even Texter putting up massive numbers here, especially on the smokes. It's not what you expect to see out of a smoke player all too often.
No, indeed. And Texter, he just has the experience and brain as well. I think I saw him in the open qualifiers, a game that I streamed versus, I forgot which team it was, but he, just pure patience on Haven especially, just managing to break onto the site solo, sneaking on and calling his team over every single time. Solo opening up an entire site. He's the IGL as well. So job well done to him. Now, finally, to mention your other point earlier, when you said Orglis managed to upset Nebula, man, as much as I hate to say it, I feel Nebula, they semi through that. They couldn't close out on the maps that went to overtime pretty much. And the one map Nebula did win in the 2-1, it was in complete dominating fashion.
Yeah, Nebula, as we said, expected it to be in this closed qualifier, but yeah, Split being taken away by them, and Haven, of course, Icebox being shown in that pool. And, you know, maybe Order have done a bit of course, research. You know, not too many of these open qualifier games we saw from some of these teams, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I believe we're over into the agent selection. We can hear the clicks, and we'll be interested to see what the picks are.
Well, let's have a peek. And at least for a bind, you know, a best of one, once again, it is Order's favored map. They've played this by far the most out of anything else, and they're strong on defense as well as attack. Tux on the Viper already.
Yeah, Tuck's bringing out the Viper. A bit of an interesting pick. Not normally we get to see it all too much on Bind, but especially in a more post-plant oriented comp like this that Order are going for, this is very, very good.
Yeah, and nothing else really stands out to me as far as I can tell, because, look, you have Maple once again on the Sova, just standard stuff, and Disco, once again, only on Bind, he gets off Raze to play Sky, leaving Autumn as the solo duelist. So far, so good.
Yeah, so far, so good here as we go into it. Map number 1 of the VOT closed qualifier. It's going to be Bind to kick it off here for our first closed qualifier and our first game. Of course, we've got plenty of action throughout this evening, but this is going to be a crazy one. Order getting to start defense side here on Bind.
And also, now, I just want to say, Cream is pretty standard. He's on the Jet, and look, Jet, man, she's been hard kneecapped in the past, but like coming into this right now, I'm a bit concerned. Can Cream make the Jet work as opposed to maybe Raze, who has better utility to block off those choke points? Because he is the solo duelist after all.
And we've definitely seen recently, you know, in the latest patch, of course, Jet falling off a little bit in favor of course, some of these other doors that can go over the Cypher Trap. So it's going to be interesting to see how the side of Order combat this Jet on this defense side to start it off.
Now, also, I want to point out that Order, they are starting off with the defense, right, with Orglis on the attack. And the thing is that there is no defensive sentinel, right? Sage, I don't think she's a defensive sentinel anymore. I consider her as more of a controller. But Order, on defense, they don't really have, say, a Killjoy or a Cypher. And I think it works well for a team like them because of their information gathering prowess. On the flip side, Orglis, Kiseki, he's getting onto the Cypher. And, man, how much strats, like how deep is their playbook having that agent on?
Yeah, it appears we're having a little bit of an issue, but of course we'll talk you through a little bit more of the matchup. But of course, before we go into it, as we've seen, Bind, a little bit of an interesting pick. Both teams going for the Sky. We've seen a ton of teams adapt that a little bit recently, and Astra as well coming in here for the side of Order. It's going to be really good to see maybe paint shells into the Gravity Well combos to hold it off here for Order.
But then again, in the past, that combo basically was mainly with Disco and Texter with that tag team combo. And it's worked out quite well in the past, but nowadays, I think with Astra being more in the meta, teams have started to learn to play around her, and it doesn't quite work out as much anymore. It's rare to see a Gravity Well plus a Paint Shell absolutely destroy, blowing up a person. Plus, previously in the open qualifiers, I think especially on Phoenix and Gravity Wells, they had what was it, the Gravity Well and Hot Hands combos to basically do early damage. And once again, Order, they were one of the teams to do a lot of their homework. Other teams, maybe not as much.
Yeah, Order, one of these early adopters to this Astra pick, and as you said, Hot Hands, of course, to come in. A roster that comes to mind when I've seen that combo of the Gravity Well and Molly is, especially that Villains roster that we'll see later this evening, very, very prominent in using that kind of combo. But as we see, Order going for the Viper on Bind. It's going to be really good on this attack side, not too much on the defense side.
Yeah, although, it's Order, they make things work. And also, Tux, it's his mainstay playing Viper. I suppose I hate to say, this guy, he's always managed to do a decent job on Viper, especially on defense and in clutch situations as well. It's just that pure experience from playing CS in the past. I'm sure you would know. So, once again, one-sided. And to predictions, I'm not too sure what the chat has predicted, but hey, man, as much as I hate to say it, one-sided.
One-sided. I would definitely echo that statement. Of course, we expect to hope to see maybe double digits here come out of August, but very, very heavily favored towards Order. I'm predicting maybe a 13-8, 13-7 potentially, because of course pistol rounds could go awry and August could pull off some crazy sort of things to start this off.
They need basically every round that they can get their hands on. Obviously, it's an understatement, but once again, against Order, extreme discipline, coordination. That is their MO. And honestly, I expect nothing less. Well, also, I just heard that apparently from production that we are going to go to a small break because we have a few technical issues to figure out with the observing right now. So guys, just stick around while we do cut to a short breather. We'll be back.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3 Close Qualifiers 1. Now, without further ado, let's just get right into the game because after the delays, the teams are raring to go, and let's get started. Once again, things are the same. Orgless on the attack, and Order on defense. Gosh, these names, Tony, I can't get over it. And I do think the pistol round is just underway, and it does look like Orgless, they're going to go for aggressive showers control early on.
Yeah, we're live into it, it would seem. Of course, Zenix wasting no time, really wanting to get some early ultimates available here. Aaron doing some good damage here to start it off, getting a few shots into, I believe it was Texter. But of course, smoke goes up, they're covered for the moment. And Orgless, they're playing a little bit more default, expecting maybe Order to get a little bit aggressive early on, but Order, they're holding their nerve for the moment.
Order, masters of patience, and I mentioned earlier on the defense, their intel gathering is almost unrivaled, plus Tux with the Viper, and good juice management. I'm sure it will prove to be a challenge for Orgless, although they are looking to go for this A split.
They're looking to set up for it. You can see the bird available for Aaron. He will be sending it through with Cream in just a second. Paint shells here with the gravity well. Cream has got himself into the cloud burst, but he has to deal now with Nameless. Autumn able to take 1 point blank, trades 1 for 1, but Cream's found Tux, and Orgless have found themselves an A site here.
Yeah, indeed. There's no Viper util, especially the Toxic Screen for the post-plant retake, and Order down player as well. Rico now comes through, and Maple does spot out exactly where Zenix is, and it's a bit of a juke right now. Maple does confirm the kill, but the 1-for-1 trade again. Disco fires right back, 2-on-2, all for a pistol round. Orgless, they are coming in all cylinders, firing. Maple trying to do things by himself, and good God, this build for Order. He's doing all the work, doesn't need anyone else. Cream, 22 HP. We talk about his taps, but it's just not enough as Maple confirms the final kill. That's 3, and as well gets the defuse. That's, what is that? 5 out of 8 charges for his Hunter's Fury, all from 1 round.
He's basically going to have it in the next one, because of course I expect Order to purchase up into this round Spectres, full shields, maybe a Marshal even to be brought out, and well, very well placed by Maple there to find all those picks and really start to get the ball rolling for Order early on. But Orgless, you saw them get the spike down. They've got a bit of money to work with if they want to, but it appears they're going to save for this second round.
Yeah, you don't want to mess around with the economy too much, especially after the 3.0 patch. Every $50 counts, and okay, only Cream has the Sheriff. He is their star fragger after all. Let's see him hopefully do something with it. Or the Order, extreme discipline. Let's see how they manage to counter.
Disco countering the Trailblazer with the bird of his own. It's a bit of a zoo to start off in Hookah. Orgless just playing a little bit more default. They're expecting Order to push, but as we've seen, Order quite comfortable in playing far back. Maybe looking to get a little bit more aggressive towards this Hookah side, but for the moment, Orgless are going to give up their positioning.
Yeah, it's interesting to see as well, Order not really going super aggressive over towards showers. I don't even think if they've taken the orb just yet. I would like to think they have. Well, no, a little bit later though. Cream looking to be the first to engage in Disco. Here comes the Trailblazer. Finds the Duelist with the Sheriff, and Disco manages to bail himself out as Maple pushing down long, starts things off, getting 1 kill to Nameless, but gets traded right back.
That's a good trade here for if you're the side of Orgless, though. Texter able to trade it back on the Cream, and there goes the guiding light in, but Disco doesn't have to expel the bird if he can just shoot Aaron Fates point blank. 2 players left here for Orgless. Kaseki and Zenix maybe looking to steal away another kill here off of Order's board, but for Order, they've almost put this round on lock.
Okay, Disco still holding on, but the timer is running down, and they're doing such a good job of delaying. That's the last player. Kaseki has found himself a Spectre, but in that 1-on-4, yeah, wasn't bound to go too far with it. So, pretty good anti-eco by Order. Farmed up the ultimate as well for Maple, so we should be maybe looking at him using that, perhaps, on this bonus round.
Yeah, we expect to see Maple use the Hunter's Fury a little bit more defensively, of course. Maybe wait to hear the footsteps come out, but all this, now they have rifles to work with, and this is where we get to see them try and put some pressure on. Of course, we saw a ton of early engagements going their way, but now this is where they can start to really find the footing and really start to get themselves into these sites, get some rounds on the board early, because Bind and its Orders map, of course, very comfortable pick for them at the moment. Scouting for a ton of info towards the shower side.
Yeah, Order as well. On paper, they have like a 60+ win rate on any side of any map. And as I say that, awesome. Okay, on the bonus, what the Marshal does sort of get caught off there as the initial opening frag goes over towards Orglis. Aaron on the other side of the map gets a second onto Texter. And oh dearie me, Disco finds one back onto his doppelganger and Order downright player. But as far as bonuses go, I suppose it's not too bad.
And you can see the stall ability that this Viper pick from Tux is having on this Orglis side. They don't quite know when to go here. Poison Orb goes up. Tux playing close range here. It's a bit of a one-way for this Spectre, and Tux can see Cream tucked in this corner. He's just currently jiggling for the moment. Here comes Zenix out towards the site. Traded 1-for-1 here with Cream, but Kaseki takes out Maple. And this is doable now. Just Disco left against 2. And the teleport has already been taken by Zenix. Cream's just holding in the corner. First round to go to Orglis board. The rifle being stolen away. No bonus here for Order.
But as far as things go, you know, that was a decent bonus round. Sure, Orglis, they won the round. They had 2 players standing and had the plants charging up the ult points a little bit for Kaseki. But Order, despite being on, what was it, Spectres and a Marshal, they managed to take out 3 rifles. So not too bad. It will damage the economy of Orglis a little bit in the long run. But now, finally, buy on buy, and this is when the true test begins.
We also see the Seekers available here for Aaron if he wants to use them, and well, I definitely would like to see him towards his B site. Recon darts being traded. Zenix to spot 2 off of his dart, though. 1 more, then, of course, Maples and Trailblazer going out towards Hookah. Scouting again for this early intel. Orglis, though, they don't have to play all into one site. They can try and keep Order guessing early and maybe try and call for an early rotate.
It's nice to see now that Order, they are showing a little bit more respect, I would say, to Orglis on the A side. There's only 2 players there, and Autumn no longer in showers. They're playing this much more defensively. Tux sort of duking in and out off of his Viper wall eventually, I'm assuming. And right now, just dead silence. Orglis depriving Order of their intel that they love so much.
And you can see the Sky going for the rotation over. Disco going to be joining his comrades over at A, and well, it's still a little bit on the cards here for Orglis. As we said, scouting for intel, trying to potentially find a hole in this Order defense at the moment. They have rotated 1 off B, so it's going to be Maple jump spotting here. He spots Zenix, but Zenix has spotted him. There goes the Seekers out here from Aaron, and this might be the call to B. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Order are going to have to hold strong.
They do, and there you go, Astra, Gravity Well, and the Nebula from Texter, and the push from Hookah stops right there. Hunter's Fury being popped early on from the defense. Order, dear me, nothing's happening. They've countered with their own ultimates. Okay, as I say that, Nameless doesn't get executed, but time is running thin. Orglis, they've bought too much time, and Order, the rotation's coming through, but it's all down to Disco, trying to lock the things down. Good for 1, gets clapped instantly. 5 seconds left in that spike. Oh no, it wasn't Hookah. They have to go for the kills right now, and Tux, all he has to do was run away. Order, they won that round off of time mismanagement from Orglis.
Yeah, that looks very, very sloppy. We saw it go 30 seconds. That's where you expect Orglis to really put the pedal to the metal, hold W towards that B site, because they need to get that spike down, set themselves up. But Order, they just played off of the pressure, they played off the time, and securing themselves a third very, very nicely done from them. Orglis, though, they do now have a few ultimates available. We have Cream with the knives. We have Zenix now with the Hunter's Fury. And for Order, a thankful round to be stolen away early on.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, the economy for Order, it's really not ideal, I would say. You got 3 Spectres, 2 rifles, as opposed to 4 rifles for Orglis. And also, on the previous round, Texter, he did such a good job solo basically stopping the push from Hookah, and I would like to think that single-handedly, he won Order that round on time alone. Orglis back to the roots, trying to get defaults and farming those ult orbs.
Now you can see 2 pushed up in the shower. Cream just outside of short. The spike, of course, also dropped outside of short. Aaron, and I believe it is Kaseki, just holding for pushes as well. Early Trailblazer from Disco. Trying to scout. No one from Orglis spotted, though Cream was spotted with the knives popped, so Order, they might expend a little bit more heavy of a defense towards this A side. After spotting Cream with the ultimate already popped towards short, this is a telltale sign that's going to be an A hit here from Orglis.
Well, maybe, and Orglis perhaps they're taking that into heart as well. just waiting and waiting. There you go, 30 seconds real soon. The fuel from Tux's Viper util is gone, and this is it. The chance to strike. Disco maybe to flash back, and it's absolute chaos right now. Ultimate's being traded out. Cream works around to the side, misses the flames. That's not good. But Nameless is there to chime in. Disco with only a Spectre manages to hold down the solo player again. Let's get Spozzled out, and Nameless just trying to take him down desperately. It's Kaseki to finish the job, and Auglis 4v2 post plant as Texter. No, that wasn't Texter. That was the other Astra from Auglis. And Texter does get one before he goes down, all down to Maple.
Yeah, all up to the recent addition to this order roster to pull it off. One towards the U-Haul, one towards the back of the site, one towards the shower line. They've got plenty of positioning here for this post plant. The guiding light comes out from Aaron to bait. Maple is completely blind, dead to right. He's covered by a cage even. He can't see anything going on in front of him. Maple just trying to get a kill or two here to steal away a potential gun off of this Auglis roster, but they've got the round set in stone. Maple still trying to hunt, but that spike's going to go off. It's second round to Auglis.
Wait, but Maple's saving a Spectre. Let's see what the economy's like for him afterwards. At least he does manage to, you know, keep Kaseki on site long enough to get destroyed by the spike. And look, the economy game this early on is so precarious on both teams. Order can't buy, and Auglis, they can't really either, although they have a few rifles held on from the previous round. Okay, I take it back. They do reinvest.
Yeah, they're going to... Started off really, really good there. Of course, Cream getting that entry into the site and really testing Order's defense early on. And you can see once the pieces started to fall apart, then there might be a little bit of discrepancy in the Order camp here. You can also see that they know Order's on pistols. They're going to go aggressive. Cream just holding outside the short line. Aaron is spotted to maybe over towards that hookah line. They're going to back off a shot, though, from Autumn. That is beautifully placed to take out Cream.
How would you even know to pre-aim that angle? It's such a weird off angle for Cream. It doesn't matter. Awesome is sharper. And there you go. There's the defensive aggressive pressure from Order. On the eco as well, nothing to lose. Just go for it and see what happens. So far, so good. They have some intel, and they know that there's a few players over towards bathrooms as well. Awesome, sneaky position. Ooh. Now, he may be the real key player to locking the site down. Oh, the paint jobs get the creep. Oh man, just to get away with murder, executes Nameless and ZX to the back of their heads. Auglis, what has happened? You had every advantage, and Awesome solo, single-handedly gets the best of them.
And he's also picked up a Phantom here. Auglis are able to get the bomb down, but now they have to be awfully cautious. Kaseki trapped in the corner, and Autumn to find his fourth kill of the round. Autumn doing it all in the eco. And Order, they steal that fourth round into their favor. My God, the trigger discipline on the paint shells a little bit dicey there from Autumn, but he gets it done in the end. Order to find themselves an eco. It's a thrifty round going their way.
Yeah, you know, most players, to say the very least, even in ranked, even at a high level, as soon as they see this players push out, they'll just peg the paint shells, just hoping to do some damage, because what are the odds of being able to, you know, take both down without dying? But Autumn, well done. Good decision-making. Executes both with the Marshal, and now this does swing the momentum back into Order's favor. Full reinvestments, and Disco, one off of the Seekers. Ultimates are plenty. It's Auglis now on the eco.
Yeah, that round has heavily hit them in terms of the economy. A Sheriff light armor and a, of course, heavy shield from Nameless with the Sheriff. They're just going to be holding... Yeah, Tux looking very... very aggressive here. He's already popped the Viper's Fit, of course, over towards A shot. So Auglis, they're just more than likely going to have to go towards this B side. Some early shots being traded by Nameless. Some early pre-fire maybe from Disco. As Maple looks to hold down a few aggressors at long as well. Autumn going to be going for the first and the second lineup beautifully. Maple too chiming in, picking themselves some hatchets, some cherries on top. Oh my God, Maple. That's clean. Expected from Order on there, of course, anti-eco round.
Yeah, Order. They just laid down the law and order, so to speak. Autumn especially, he's off to a really hot start this early on into map 1. Well, it is the best of 1 after all, so I suppose they do have to come in all guns blazing. And okay, Tony, I have a feeling that this is when Order starts to really take off and just leave Auglis in the dust. So, Auglis, they have to maybe find a better execution and just be really careful. Check all your corners to make sure Order doesn't escape with the game this early.
Well, on the plus side, they've got 2 ultimates here to burn. Of course, the Seekers again available for Aaron. neural theft as well for Kaseki. It's a little bit easier to get now with this, of course, recent patch. Autumn gonna be going aggressive with the showstopper, but he's taken out. That's the Seeker's pop towards A. This is gonna be up to Tux to solo hold this site. None of his teammates are here. He finds the first under Cream as he peeks into the U-Haul. But there's 4 more players to deal with. Hunter's Fury from Maple finding 2. We weren't even able to catch it because August didn't even expect it. Now Order in a comfortable position to hold down the site. Tux finds another on his way out. Texter to take out Xenix, and that started off so good for August, but Order, they just hold their nerve. They play for the post plant, and they know they've got it on lock. A double from Maple, securing that round beautifully for Order.
That for Order as well, you know, it really was textbook ultimate usage. Well, economy management, ultimate economy management. Just cycle them early on, and Maple's Hunter's Fury, despite being 8 points, just use it whenever you feel the time is right, because at this rate, 4 rounds left in the first half, he may yet get another one to play with. And just, you know, secure the round no matter what. Now, August, that was a crucial round to win. They've lost it. Back onto another 4 spot, I would say. You got half armor, Sheriff's all the way. Good place. They can make these guns work, but at this point versus Order on an absolute hot streak, it's rough.
I have to say, and give credit to Maple. Ooh, Texter getting very, very aggressive. He spots one on R, and he's just farming for a few, getting a few stats on his board, looking for an ultimate early on. Disco just continuing to put the pressure on, and they're all going to be dropping like dominoes. And as we, you know, we're going to say Maple, we want to see August try and put the pressure on him, because Maple, he's starting off this first game in this, of course, opening match for Order in the VOC absolutely beautifully. 10-3 already on his board. And, you know, Order not far behind either. You see Disco 8-4. The trackers are, again, available. Texter now has the Cosmic Divide. Order have got everything to hold down this site. It's going to be up to August, again, to pressure them early on.
This time for August, Xenix and Nameless, Sova and Astra, they are one off of their ultimates. There's the Hunter's Fury available maybe for a post plant, and the Cosmic Divide maybe as well for a site take. But obviously, they have to get either the Showers control or B long control, which is quite daunting against how Order is playing right now. And like you mentioned, Maple, the newest fill currently for Order, double digits in 9 rounds. So that's not bad. Roughly 2 kills per round. So far, he's doing a lot of damage. Economy-wise, Order, they're fully set for the rest of the half. They shouldn't need to struggle at all. Now, also, this reiterates a point I mentioned really early on, is that Order, despite, you know, you have a few players on Sova, you got Sky, you got, you know, Astra, etc. Don't be mistaken. Mechanically, these players are all duelists. So, well, I say duelists, but basically I'm saying they can play a duelist anytime they want. Maple, he's known for his jet proficiency. And even on Sova, he's just clicking heads. Granted though, Tony, a lot of these rounds have been anti-eco, so let's just give Orglis a little bit more of a chance here.
Yeah, we'll give August the benefit of the doubt, and yeah, as you said, Order, very flexible picks coming out of them. Anyone can play any sort of agent, and that's what you really want to see of a team of Order's caliber, and especially going into these opening best of ones where upsets are prone to happen. And of course, now we go back into it, 2-7 here. August back to a rifle round, but they're going to have to, again, find these initial picks. You can see the Aldrone pressure being expended. Autumn's taken a ton of presence over towards his long side. He could even find Kaseki.
Yeah, indeed. This is what I was talking about. Order, defensive, aggressive pressure. And now they're starting to apply because they know August can't really take it. Kaseki's trap is there. His elbow, his leg gets spotted out in Autumn. That was so easy, a freebie. And August, they invested a lot of util over towards Showers as well. They have the ult orb, and it's on the Hunter's Fury. And Order, they know what to do. They fall back. They have bodies over towards A. This should be easy. Okay, Hunter's Fury being popped now from Orglis. Xenix does tag Tux. Can he finish the job, though? Absolutely not. Seekers now from Disco. It should give away the positions. And Orglis, they look to be aiming over towards A. Awesome. Oh my god, you're joking. The TP early on. Paint shells are lobbed. Holding the angle down. Now, he has to hide in here. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's caught between a rock and a hard place here. 4 left alive for August, 25 seconds, and not really much to answer for at the moment. Xenix does find Tux, but Texas immediately able to trade it back. These August players have found their way out through Shower, and they might be finding themselves a plant here. August now for this 3v3 retake. As we've seen though, Autumn's in the Shower line, ready to stop it before they can really set up. Maple Disco taking 2, and Autumn to take the last, the cherry on top of the already iced cake. Order hold down another rifle round here against the side of August.
Yeah, Order does not care. Orgulus, early on, you know, they had 2 over towards A main, 2 showers. They fully decide to just ignore Autumn inside the TP and go for the side take. Time was running short as well. They committed to the plant. Yes, very nice. And then Order, 3-on-3 on the retake. Such coordinated kills. Man, House of Cards. Now, Tony, 8-2, 6-round difference. 2 rounds left in the first half. Orgulus, can they get the final 2?
You would hope so here. Orgulus, you know, 8-4's, I guess, not a bad start, especially against a team like Order, as we've seen. And, well, Orgulus, they've got the workings of a few ultimates here. The knives already from Cream. Of course, the Cosmic Divide and Neural Theft available. We haven't been seeing all too many uses of those ultimates. Those Zenix and Cream started off with a bang. That's Maple Tux dead. So is Autumn. Zenix just might have gifted themselves a B sight to Silver Bow here for Orgulus. Cosmic Divide goes up, and they've got everything to work with now for this post plant.
Indeed. Now, for Order, I think they can just go for damage. It's a 2v5. To win the round, it's going to take a small miracle, but I wouldn't really put it past them. Disco and Texter, Dynamic Duo, these guys, they can do it. Texter especially, that brand on him. 3 stars to work with. They could be smokes, they could be good gravity wells, and the Cosmic Divide. They know their economy is strong, but for Orgulus, it's still going to be pretty weak. So just take guns off of them. The spike ticking away slowly, and Texter, there we go. He's keen on this. He wants to basically do some damage. Good idea, but Gravity Well, Astra v Astra stops him dead in his tracks.
That was a good idea for the Nova Pulse there, though the Guiding Light comes out. Nameless actually could be looking to find Texter here. Another Guiding Light comes out. Texter has to turn away. Of course, he can now turn away from these flashes. Of course, in the recent patch, Texter going to be taken out by Nameless. Now it's Disco to hold for some exits, as we expected to see from Texter. Nameless going to be taken out by Disco, though. 3 still alive here for Orgulus as they find themselves the 3rd, and a bit of a breather, of course, going into this last round of the half.
Yeah, Orgulus, I wasn't expecting that. I feel like, once again, they cast the curse. At the moment I say, oh, I don't know, man, Order decided to really run away with this game. Orgulus, they strike right back with a vengeance. 3 kills right off the bat, no trace coming through. Earlier on in the previous round, I want to mention, it was interesting to see Maple on the Sova operator. It didn't pay off, but hey, they have cash. And now, final round, it's Autumn giving it a crack. Hopefully he does a better job.
He's looking to post up very aggressively here with Tux. They have spotted Nameless early on. A few early players taking control in Shower, though, here for the side of Orgulus. It's Zenix and Cream going for that ultimate orb. And, of course, early bomb bot to come out from Autumn. And Order, they're going to back off their aggressive ways, try and hold maybe a little bit more passive, because those are the rounds that Order have been winning. Orgulus, you saw them get very, very aggressive and got in the face of Order, and that's how they were able to secure themselves a site.
You know, this time Cream has managed to work his way into Baths, so that's a plus, I suppose. But no one's really close to ultimate. Maybe Zenix, but he does have to get a kill, maybe in the plants as well, to have the Hunter's Fury to play with post-plants. Autumn, now Operator, this is prime positioning to use it. And Orgulus, just by a stroke of luck, they're backing off A, aiming to go B, and this is the right read.
Yeah, they've read it well. Maybe a little bit of a sixth sense coming in here. The stars are going up just to fake it here from Nameless. Even the recon dart out. Cream's just selling it with some shots from the Shower. As they now all start to group up towards B, but Disco's still in this hookah line, already finding R and Guiding Light out. He finds a second. Disco pops the Seekers. Zenix able to take Texter over at that A site, though. Orgulus are able to trade these kills back into their favor. Disco, though, still holding his hookah line. Tux has got his back. Seki takes it, but Tux takes it in the end. Order going to be finding a 9th round here to close the half.
Switching sides.
That's just easy money for Disco. Him being so patient as well. In that little angle there, it was a complete meat grinder, I would say, for Orgulus. And now, okay, second half, back to pistols. Orgulus, they're down by 6.
This is a very rough spot to be in, but though defense side, and of course, they now have the, I guess, more favorable side here for Kaseki. He can really start to put his trips up, set up some cameras, some crazy sort of things, and try and stop Order from getting it too aggressive. But Order, they're going to need this pistol to keep it dominant. Of course, Orgulus, they're going to need this pistol really to try and stay into this, because Order exempting a ton of pressure onto them.
You know, the funny thing is actually, Orgulus, they actually have a pretty decent win rate on defense for Bind. 67 if you want the exact number. But Order, single duelist, and if memory serves me right, it's been working quite well for their attack. We see it all the time. The Viper Wall to cut A in half, it just creates that little bit of a mental conditioning. Are they going A? Are they going B? And eventually Order, I think they will use the Viper Wall to hit A later on in the second half.
Yeah, starting to send some remnants over here. They got Maple, Tux, and Disco just outside as the wall goes up. Of course, the spike is in the hands of those three players. It's short, though. A nice high camera from Kaseki as he catches Maple there. Tux tries to go for the plant for the moment. Nameless peppering some shots through that wall. And the teleporter going to be taking this straight back to this B site. They've caught August in a bit of a rotate, in a bit of a hairy situation. Cream going to be taking a heavy amount of damage. Guiding Light goes out here. Zenix tries to hold down the crossfire, but it's all in the favor of Order, and they all drop like dominoes here from the August side. As now Kaseki looking to make it work, finds the first on Autumn. 2 low HPs on the side of Order. And they're straight back over towards A here, but they're going to have to play cautious because both with about 1 shot left in them. And this is very doable here for Kaseki.
You know,
Spike planted.
maybe having the classic will be better, but this is Order, the playing this right. He takes that first up. Kaseki executes him with a shot to the head. Has a good idea where Maple is, but he has to check this corner. Maple has the advantage. Not like this, man. That was the makings of a really good clutch, but unfortunately, just maybe slight lack of discipline. And our Order double digits, 10-3.
That was a very smart call there from Maple, and I guess punishing maybe a little bit of under-checking from the August side. Of course, maybe was not expecting in that corner so early on, and unfortunately there for Kaseki, almost the makings of a clutch, as you said, but well, it's his 10th round now to Order's board. Spectres immediately being purchased, heavy shields to come out, and this is where Order can really pick up the pace and start to close this game out.
Well, I don't know about you, Tony, but I don't think there's much of a pace left for them to pick up. They're already up by 7 rounds, and this should be a cakewalk. 11-3, I see in the making. Orgulus, they have to go for something aggressive here with the classics. Just make up for it with numbers. Otherwise, you know, Order, they're just going to stomp right over this best of 1.
Yeah, Orgulus looking to hold down this B site. Some stars going up a little bit early. And they're just peeking for intel from this Order side. Shock Dart comes out. Good damage being dealt onto Zenix. He's not going to expect Maple so close range there. Another under the window. Cream going to be taken out. Kaseki going to take a Texter over towards this A site, but Tux is there for the cleanup. Spike being picked up. Nameless, not really much you can do. Autumn puts the foot down. 11th, as you expect to see, and secured here by Order.
On that final kill, the players of Order were just leaping onto them and, you know, just pad their stats a little bit. Ultimate, sure, I guess, but Order, I think at this point, they're just starting to have fun. Orgulus, you're down bad. It's a buy round, yes, for sure. You have Kaseki on the neural theft, but once again, it's a very conditional ultimate. You have to get a kill, fresh body, to use it for intel gathering. And Order, I think they are going to go for a really strong, fast B take here.
And you can see Order not letting up. As we said, Maple starting off this first half beautifully, 15-5, and Disco not far behind, 14-6, is expected out of 2 of these pivotal, of course, entry picks. Of course, the Doors players here from Order. Satchel's just going to try and bait for a bit of util there, I would say.
Yeah, also for Texter, it's not that he's having a quiet game either. It's just the fact that he's Astro and he has to, you know, be in his astral form, coordinate with his teammates. So he's just missing out on a little bit of the action. And now this is, once again, very standard Order. And the mental conditioning as well from Tux's Viper Wall, it may come to play right now. Although, not a lot of conditioning has to be done, as there's very little rounds to work with now at this point. Order looking to execute onto A. And Orgulus, good luck, I guess.
Yes, definitely rough though. Aaron able to find the first trades Sky for Sky. The Maple gonna be trading it out. Oh, shot though from Cream. That's very, very nice on the initial duel here. Autumn gonna be tossing the paint shells. It's 2 over at this B site, so you expect Tux to take that teleporter, and rightfully so you will. Zenix, need to keep your gun out, sir, in a situation like that. A nice kill being found by Texter. 3v3 as Order secure themselves a B plant, but August, they've got the makings of a retake here.
I think Awesome, he managed to tag up the enemy Asterisk just a little bit more, and they're all lined up. It's a complete conga line. Texter once again, just textbook, lurking up with his teammate. To the ninjas, two of them. Now, Auglis, you have to win this round, you know. You can't let Order just win this bonus. Okay, and that's starting to work on Nameless. That's a sharp shot. Takes down Autumn. He's on 19 HP, though. No more smokes to work with. Neural Theft and Tux. Okay, the dirty lineups. Oh, it may not kill them. Now, 1 on 3. Okay, he does manage to do one, gets the second, and Cream has to do it all. Time is running out, and Tux. Oh, textbook.
And what can you say? You can see Order definitely love to do their prac. That's a filthy lineup there coming out from the Snake Spider Tux, and more than secures the round there. You can see the other player there from Order just had to bait and stall from the elbow, and while Order, they secure themselves now match point in this opening game. And Auglis, they've got a very rough bye ahead of them. Judge, of course, 2 Spectres and a Bulldog potentially, but no ultimates. This is where Order can really close it out. Ultimate available, Viper's Pit for Tux and August. We need to see something of magic.
Well, their bye, it's a bit of a fiesta. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And Order, they're taking this fully seriously all the way to the very end. Trailblazer spots out the spike and 2 players. That's good intel.
It's very good intel there. Xenix gonna have to be falling back there in the elbow. But Order still playing thin of the map. Star's gonna be picked up by Texter. So he approaches back over towards the B site. Autumn and him gonna be trading places, high-fiving on the way over. Nameless with his Guardian in play. Of course, Aaron over towards the U-Haul. They're gonna have to find this initial duel. Trailblazer has spotted R, and he is completely blinded. You can see the Viper utility for this attack side is all too favorable for Order as they stroll themselves up on the side. Aaron blinded, taken out by Autumn. Green though able to trade it back, and this is a advantageous position, but not if Disco's got anything to say about it. Mosum 2 dead to rights. Spike not down yet. Texter hunting for a lurk kill, and he's going to be falling to Xenix.
Oh my god, Texter on the lurk again. He's done this so many times, and I'm seeing more from him. Single-handedly, he calls the rotation from Orglis back over towards B, and all the last 2 players on A for Order had to do was just wait. They had the spike control. It was a mystery why Orglis rotated off. Texter didn't have the spike, and now they've lost precious time. However, 2-on-2, it's doable, but look at Maple. He has the Hunter's Fury. Oh, Disco doesn't care. He executes Xenix. Seekers are popped down to the lonely last Kikiseki. We've seen him in this situation so many times. He has to go hard, fast, and dirty. Maple a crossfire with Disco. And I do think it's probably Maple to finish the job. I don't think he really has to do anything.
Ooh.
Okay, and that's it. 13-3. Tony, this is domination from Order.
Yeah, what more could you expect out of course, the best team in the country, of course, starting in this closed qualifier bracket as expected. And as, you know, we said in the pregame, very you know, all on the cards here, especially in these first few matches where some upsets could happen.
Some, but this ain't one of them. I'm gonna tell you that. 13-3. They lost. It was 10-round difference. That's basically as big as it gets. And on the scoreboard, you know, just to break things down, what is there really to break down? It's the green carpet with a sea of red underneath. Orglis, well, they drop into the losers bracket, and thankfully, it's double elimination.
Yeah, they can come back, of course, with their heads held high because, you know, they got 3 rounds against Order. That's pretty good. They didn't get clean swept, you know, it wasn't too dominant here, though, from Order. And, well, as you said, you know, falling to that losers bracket, they now have that opportunity to play that best of 3 and show, you know, a little bit more diversity in the way they play this game of Valorant.
Hopefully, but then again, you know, I'm still concerned because Orglis, we talked about it, they are the pug team at least for this close qualifiers, and their roster has changed so many times in the past, half a year, and just in the open qualifiers, that was one roster, and now the roster coming into closed, it's changed again, 1 player granted, but nonetheless, I feel that makes such a big difference just in terms of, you know, cohesion, strats, and communication. Can these players get along? Oh dear. So, best of 3, it gives them a fighting chance, yes indeed, but already the underdog coming to this tournament, to be expected. It's a bit of a poor start.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one, and well, expected to see from Order. Of course, they will be moving on through that upper bracket, and we've got our next matchup here. Of course, I speak about it a little bit lightly: Mind Freak versus Peace, and both of these rosters, as of course Order, we saw them change out their fifth. Both of these rosters have done the same thing.
They have. Mind Freak, we talked about they dropped to Lakers. Well, he retired more so, and that was when the slump sort of started happening for Mind Freak. They lost their star firepower, Lakers being so unpredictable, especially with the judge, pretty nerf. So, man, may not be the same now, assuming he still stayed on. But now, Mind Freak, they've trialed Kelth. Didn't work out, I think. They parted ways, and now Kelth, he played for Nebula briefly. I'm not too sure if he's still there anymore. And picking up Ferg, bringing him out of retirement. Hopefully, he does bring the firepower that they need. But hey, look, I'm not too sure. Peace as well. They lost, who was it? They lost Mason as their sub. They lost Andy. And they picked up Ronsky, who I think is actually the next best thing. So it's going to be a pretty hot matchup, which will be on Reels soon after a short breather, guys. So stick around. Mind Freak versus Peace coming in soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got. Back up, back up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour 2021 Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 1. I'm Digital Cast Williams, and of course with me, to Tap Tony Anthony McMullen. Well, how's the game one? Order dominating all the way.
Yeah, expected to see them come out of the gate swinging as we saw, and very good on the defense side as expected, and very prominent on swapping up the agent picks as well. I have to give props to Maple. That was a very well played Sova.
And, you know, I don't really think he did anything too special as Sova. It was just the fact that he really slots in well with Order. Solo basically holding down the B-long angle, going for this peaks, and when he goes for a challenge, by God, he hits those shots. And looking at the schedule right now, Mind Freak versus Peace, the game to be played right now, I think this will be the hottest matchup of tonight.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting one. Definitely up there with SOTS and Wildcard as some of these crazy matchups. Bliss's villains as well to come, of course, later this evening. But, you know, overall, this is going to be a crazy one as, of course, we look over towards our bracket and Order, you know, claiming that first game, moving on to the upper bracket, looking to qualify. And now, as you said, our second matchup of this evening, Mind Freak versus Peace. This is going to be a crazy close one.
Yeah, well, at least I hope so. Mind Freak, we talked about it earlier. I felt that they were in a bit of a slump going downhill because of what happened after losing Lakers, retiring, picking up Ferg. How well does he slot in with Mind Freak? Can he be the firepower that they're missing? And as for Peace, they are a bit of a dark horse team. They are my choice, at least, coming into this close qualifiers one. We know how good they are with Ronsky as their firepower pickup. I'm looking forward to what they bring to the table.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a heavy amount of Ronsky. Of course, over in the Autumn Cup, that man is absolutely filthy. Jet on the,
oh, yeah.
Of course. Very good at opening up space here for any roster that he's on.
A young, cracked talent, so he does obviously play the duels quite well. Okay, now let's check out the team breakdowns of these two teams. First off, it will be Mind Freak, and gosh, you've seen these handsome lads so often. What? Norson, Scroll, Pex, and now Berg.
Yeah, Ferg adding a little bit more of an IGL and a leadership type of presence to this Mind Freak roster. And of course, you know, Pex, Norson, Scroll, Watt, they've played it together for quite a while. Mind Freak, as a core of 5, this is probably a very strong roster on paper. Of course, Norson, filthy on the Sentinels, Pex, filthy on the Reyna play. And, you know, their opponents this evening, Peace. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, Ferg as well. Last time I saw them and spoke to Mind Freak briefly, it was that Ferg, he would be the duelist for Mind Freak. And honestly, it's not something that I quite expected to come out of Ferg, because he's usually known for, you know, his intellect and his experience as a whole. So expect him to play more IGL or a support role. But this time, I think it's safe to say that Pex, he will have to be maybe the backup duelist or the main even.
Yeah, and of course we go over now to the Peace roster as we look at their 5, of course, newly assembled, but, you know, we've seen them, of course, BTS in the last qualifiers, Clutchy, Tensai, Sicko, Korra, and their new addition, as we said, Ronsky. And, you know, this is a little bit of an interesting roster overall in paper, and one of these dark horses, as we said, going into these closed calls, but one of these stacked teams on paper, especially. You know, it's a core of 3 of the old Kangaroo. You know, Korra, Sicko, Clutchy all used to play together, so maybe some added synergy there going into this first game.
Yeah, Tensai, especially he stands out as apparently he's an old CSGO player, and so he has a lot of experience single-handedly, and he's starting to really edge into the IGL role, so hopefully he brings it into this matchup. Now, let's check out the head-to-heads between these two teams of Mind Freak and Peace. And look, it will be Pex, the handsome lad, versus no longer Captain Levi, Ronsky.
And you can see those statistics very, very high. You can see average ACS for Ronsky, 250 plus. This man is an absolute gun. The average damage per round of 158.9, and an overall kill per round of 0.92. This man doesn't like to go down without starting a fight.
No, he doesn't, and being the young talent he is, I'm hoping that he does find the environment on Peace suitable to mentor him and accelerate his growth, because he's definitely a promising prospect in OCE as a duelist, to say the very least. Although, I'm not too sure, Tony. I've only seen really on Jet. I want to see a bit more flex and depth in his agent pool.
Yeah, definitely want to see him grow as an individual player. Maybe we get to see him on Sky, because, you know, from what we heard, Peace, they've been doing a heavy bit of prac behind the scenes. Of course, we heard from Clutchy recently that, you know, they've been doing a heavy bit of work behind the scenes.
And also just a small, like, a funny thing I'll point out is that Ronsky as well with Orglus's Cream, they used to be teammates a long time ago on Pillow Bangers, but that was when Valorant first came out. Now, looking at the vetoes, wow, would you look at that? It will be Breeze to be played. That's interesting.
Yeah, we finally get to see Breeze here in the VOT. Of course, we didn't get to see it for Stage 2. You know, it was a little bit too late to bring it into the pool. But, of course, now for our Stage 3, Breeze officially in the pool. Of course, we won't be seeing KO just yet. And hopefully later down the line, we'll see some crazy stuff from that. But Breeze, a little bit of, I guess, an interesting pick for both of these sides. Mindfreak and Peace, I believe, have both played this map recently.
They have. Mindfreak, they fared much better, and I suppose it's to be expected. They have more resources. They have that very hard-working coach, Arkin, shout out, by the way, behind the scenes. I always see him in the lobbies with his players, basically doing theory work and crafting strats, I suppose. Peace, they've also played Breeze, but without the resources. And if I'm correct, these two teams have faced off on this very map, although Mindfreak, they came out on top.
Yeah, Mindfreak, I believe it was 14-12 from memory, and a very close affair as we, of course, can hear the agent picks here. It's going to be an interesting one. You know, Peace, as we've said, a little bit more of a loser playstyle, but they might be looking to, you know, shake the top of the standings here.
Also, I just want to point out that Breeze, I talked about this a long time ago earlier, but in a best of one, this is probably the map to play because it can really swing anyone's way. And just the fact that not a lot of teams have played Breeze as a total, even across Europe and North America. I haven't seen that many games. I watched one last night briefly of Fnatic versus G2. I honestly can't tell which side this map favors, but what I can tell you it favors is sharp aim. Expect to see Guardians, Marshals, and Vandals. So whichever team, they can have that basic prerequisite of being able to pop heads at distance. They should have a decent advantage. Well, but then again, Tony, at this level, it's to be expected. I suppose it comes up to which players have showed up on the day.
As you've pointed towards, Breeze, maybe a little bit of an aim duelist paradise. And, well, both these rosters, especially on paper, very, very aim heavy. Of course, we speak highly of Ronsky, we speak highly of Clutchy, and we speak very highly of Pex and Ferg here. Tensai as well, as you see on the radar. This is a little bit of an interesting pick for him, but we get to fly through our lovely map of Breeze and enjoy all the greenery that it has to offer.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to go for a little vacation holiday, maybe to Hawaii or Fiji whenever all this is over. Can't wait for it. But now, to focus on things at hand, Tony, Mindfreak, I approve of their lineup. They have Viper, they have Ferg on the Cypher, who, as Europe have shown us last night, is very, very playable on Breeze, especially on A defense. Let's see where he places his cameras. And now, Peace starting off with the attack, looking for a stock standard A take with Viper lurking over towards B.
Yeah, you can see heavy setup Piece. Lear to go out here from Tensai is there. We're going to walk into the site. They've already spotted Ferg. Clutchy, though, to take that kill. Pex, though, throwing over the guiding light. Some shots to come out, though, but they're not going to take out Koro. It's another kill being found here by Tensai. 3 left here for Mindfreak. And trades again. Tensai is just tapping heads with this Reyna.
He's a bloody monster. We know how sharp he is, and he's just getting all the kills, pushing so deep in. However, what does back? That's a nice double. And now on the flank, there comes Sicko. Norton has to escape. Now it's all down to Sicko. Has a classic. He has a lot of health, though. And there he goes. Makes it to one-on-one. He can do this. Watt's going to have to stick the defuse real soon. Viper be Viper, and here comes a Snake Bites. Oh, and Watt is not in it. He can't stick that. But Sicko does go for the high angle peek and confirms that final kill. That was a really close pistol round, all things considered.
Yeah, that was a bloodbath, and what more do we want to see here from the side of Mindfreak and Peace, and starting off on a bang here. Pistol, though, to go to Peace's favor. They've now got a Marshal, and Tensai already going for that Vandal Light shield here, maybe really wanting to start these rounds off with a bang.
Okay, what buying the Bucky? I don't know about that one. I think he's joking because Mindfreak, despite losing, they are forcing right back into the faces of Peace. Now, I think mid control is going to be reasonably crucial, as well as I'm going to call that tube control early on. Once again, Peace going over towards A.
Yeah, setting up again for this A hit, but of course, again, Ferg to deal with. Skrull going to be peeking this hallway. Spots a player out from the Peace side. That's, of course, Koro to the Sage, and Peace for the moment. They showed a heavy amount of A presence, but looking to back it off towards B and try and hit into this Viper that's sitting in the back of the site.
You know, a long time ago, ever since the map came out, our premier Valorant observer, Crash OBS, he was saying on this map, Viper is so crucial, at least on the B sites, because that toxic cloud goes up, and of course you have snake bites to basically delay the push in that choke point. As I say that though, it doesn't quite matter as what?
Ooh.
He had the bucket, can't get anything done as Lonsky just apes onto the site, confirms that shot with the Marshal at close range, and Mindfreak, this defense, this force, it's not working out. Although as I say that, Pex does keep Peace a little honest.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit manic with a few Marshall shots to come out here. Clutchy push it on. Koro going to be taken out. Sicko going to be still here. Clutchy's not going to get anything this time. Second round, though, goes to Peace, and man, the heal to come in to close it. Second round, as we said, for Peace. And very well-placed attack towards that B site, really keeping Mindfreak guessing early on. And as you see, the Viper, a crucial pick for both of these sides on this map.
Also, a small thing, but just nitpicking here. Clutchy at the very end there, they won the round, and he still used his overgrowth heal. That costs money, man. And especially in the economy now, I hate to say this, but I think it's best to save as much money as you can. There's no need to heal your teammates after you won a round. And Mindfreak, the second force back, half armor, rifles all the way. They can do this, but Ferg, once again, I feel bad for this guy. A Bulldog on sites, as Pex does open things up onto 10 side.
Well, a nice guiding light to come out here. Sicko gonna be spotted on the walk up. Some shots through that cyber cage from Ferg. They tap onto Ronsky, takes him extremely low. And there's so much cover though, given both teams struggling to see anything in front of them, as Norton's able to trade it back. He's taken immediately by Sicko, but again, these trades in the favor of Mindfreak, locking down this A site completely. Is left to Clutchy and Ronsky. Try and salvage the spike and try and retrieve this round off a Mindfreak shot placed from Pex. And it's now left to Clutchy with 29 points of HP.
You know what, Cruiser's name, let's hope he can clutch, and he gets distracted. What executes him? Tony, that round just then was pure chaos, just battling for tri-box supremacy. The spike couldn't even get planted down, and that Mindfreak, finally, they get one on the board.
Yes, beautifully placed guiding lights, of course, from Pex there to stop that hit before Peace can really start to get their foot on. And that's the first round of Mindfreak means, though Peace still in, well, at peace with themselves for the moment. Operator going to be purchased by Ronsky. Of course, it's a little bit cheaper now, so you can get light shields too. And it's going to be up to Mindfreak again to hold it down. 5 Vandals and ultimate available for Pex.
I'm yet to see how well an operator will fare on the attack side for Breeze. I mean, on paper, it should do pretty well. Long range, you know, and Ronsky being Ronsky, let's hope that he doesn't lose it early on, because another teammate only has a Sheriff to play with. Mid Control really leaning in the favor of Peace right now. And Mindfreak, they're trying to get some intel. Nice Eldrin from Scroll, spots out at least one player. And I think Mindfreak have a good idea of where the attack is. Norson really close up.
Norson,
executes Peace. Norson gets a second. Easy dubs.
Beautifully placed there, push from Norson, and might be looking to push onto a few more members here, Clutchy, towards this bottom of middle. Norson might be caught off guard, because Sicko snuck up through the hallway, hasn't shot out the wires, so they don't quite know Sicko's here. Tensai very deep towards this B site, and Mindfreak, they've left it completely open. Sicko's going to take out Pex with the lurk, looking for Norson too towards this spawn side. Takes him low, and then takes him out as Sicko going to be securing another kill on that lurk, and Peace are going to be securing themselves a plant at that B site.
Now, Ferg, he may be in a good position here to basically take side control, but however, no util left to really even try attempt the defuse. Next door neighbors with Sicko right now, and Ferg, he's at the disadvantage. I say that because he had to jump up. But Sicko walks right out, gets executed, but hey, a man down and know exactly where Ferg is. The crossfire, Ferg, good luck.
Yeah, it's planted for them to here, Tensai. Gonna take the bait peek. Clutchy just waiting for the opportune moment to swing. Ferg's tapped it, baited it again, but he will be swung on by Clutchy. Sprays him down completely. Third round taken by Peace to kick it off there, and a beautifully placed, I guess, take there from Peace. They send the lurk and, I believe it was Sicko, as we said, over towards that A site, scouting for the intel, and then they just go B, because Mindfreak rotated completely off that site.
Yeah, usually we've seen players on the attack even throw their Viper Wall from, what do you call it, from mid over towards the very end of the hallway there, and it does allow basically players to lurk up into Tube and get a perhaps sneaky early flank over towards the A sites. But this time, Mindfreak, they're dedicating a lot of firepower over towards A, and Peace, they're going to counter them head on. Nice tag early on by Ferg.
That does some half blow in Aronsky, but he's going to have to find one with Bex. He's completely blind there from the guiding light. And of course, now Peace might have a favorable duel to take the sight off of Mindfreak. Norson, though, with the knives, finds Ronsky point blank low range with a right click. Scroll gonna be taking out Clutchy, and both still fighting for supremacy of this pyramid spot as Mindfreak still putting numbers into it, though Tensai is able to isolate duel, still in favor of Mindfreak for this retake. Spike hasn't gone down yet, and this is chaos all across the board.
Yeah, Tensai has no util left now, and once again opting for another reload. A flank is already coming through, and Sicko has to use the Viper Spit, and now or never to secure the plant. Tensai still fighting, and Sicko 23 HP, good for one, but wasn't expecting the lurk, the flank from what? Viper v Viper, Viper difference, and Mindfreak. Man, this is a really close game. Once again, mirroring perhaps that 14-12.
They can see why these teams went toe-to-toe, and well, for Mindfreak, a much-needed secured round on their board piece. You know, now a little bit broken in terms of the economy. Their spirits, though, not quite as low. Tensai going to be forcing up this Vandal yet again. They do have Sicko and Clutchy with ultimates, but I doubt they'll be expending them here in this eco.
Yeah, in the past, if it was like a more standard map, I would expect Tensai to be on the Sentinel, mainly Killjoy, but it's good to see him flex his muscles a little bit on a duelist, especially since, you know, this is Breeze. Once again, Peace, they really favor this A site. This time, Pex and Ferg playing a closer angle, but look at this. Tube supremacy, hallway supremacy, I should say, belongs to Peace right now.
And send the Trailblazer down, and Scroll sends the Owl drone through, only able to spot one here from the side of Peace, as they are going to be completely backing off from that hallway. They're leaving Clutchy here on the lurk, because of course he only has a pistol to work with. Knives are available for Peace, Tensai with this Vandal. Mindfreak, they have popped the Viper Spit over towards B, so this is going to be hard for Peace to hit into.
Yeah, it's rough to say the least, but they are working mid-control. And early on, just look how big the map is. It's allowed Pex to push up so far deep behind the enemy lines, and he just misses them. Although he may be able to catch a kill onto Ronsky here.
Ooh.
Ring around the rosy to an extent. Finally, shots are fired, and Mindfreak, they have a pretty good idea of what's happening. Although Tensai may be walking into a operator here. Oh, does manage to dodge the shot, executes Ferg, and Clutchy from behind. Such a nice pinch. Mindfreak, they've completely lost control of A. But Pex, he may be the difference maker here. Ooh. He's so close to the enemy, and still sneaking about. Get Ronsky at the very least.
Oh, no, Ronsky updrafts. Very, very cheeky there. Gets away into safety. And Sicko is going to catch what? He wasn't expecting a player still towards that B elbow. As Peace, they've secured the spike plant here over at A, and Mindfreak are caught guessing where any of these players could be. Peace just playing with the element of surprise. You can see them sneaking up through this back hall time and time again. Scroll's going to be caught in spawn by Koro with a classic, and that's how you play an eco around here on Breeze, I guess. Here, Ronsky now going hunting mid.
Look at that.
Can be taken out by Pex.
Yeah, Pex, he does finally confirm that kill, but he's left by himself, and he's just surrounded from all angles. Once again, Tony, you said it, a bloody eco and Peace. Highway robbery. It shouldn't have happened.
It shouldn't have happened if you're Mindfreak, but thankful if you're Peace. Very nicely played their split take towards that A site, and just sending a player for the lurk, and Mindfreak caught off guard by all of it. Marshall going to be invested by Scroll, but Mindfreak, they've bled their economy dry, and this is where Peace could potentially start to take this game into their favor.
For Mindfreak, and Ferg on the Cypher, let's just watch how he plays the defense a little bit more, because I feel having a Sova and a Cypher that should have the intel advantage doesn't come to be, though, as now Peace, they're just going for a little bit of anti-eco here, farming up ult points. There's already 2 players down from Mindfreak. Seek is being deployed early, to prejudice, I suppose, and what are you doing?
Oh, that's... I guess he wanted to try and pick off somebody here from Peace that was holding, but, well, Peace, they know that Mindfreak are going to push, and they really decide to punish them with a Bucky as well. Just trying to get an early kill. Scroll Marshall left in play to Ronski's operator, and a little bit of a 360, I believe. Oh, the wallbang on a scroll. And gives it to Koro with the class stick. Right clicks are plenty. Flawless there for Peace in their 5th round. And, well, Mindfreak, as we said, it's an eco from them to now be a buy. And I have to say, this is starting off very interesting. Sicko 10-3, Tensai though 9-4 on this Reina. This is his debut on a duelist.
So far, so good. And Tensai, he has the mechanics to back it up. Although Reina on Breeze, I'm still a little bit on the fence about that because her utility, it's pretty selfish. Let's be honest here. Maybe I want to see Tensai on the Jet perhaps, but then again, Ronski, he has that role on lock. But not a lot of impact from the operators just yet. Peace though, economy advantage, ultimate's advantage, and still leaning over towards A, or faking it to an extent.
Yeah, they can just send it with the Viper's Pit pop by Sicko there to try and bait it out. And, well, they're just going to be completely walking away scot-free. It's going to be up to Ferg to try and hold this site down all on his own. The cages have been triggered and the wires have been shot out. It's Peace now to take this B site. They haven't checked Ferg in the back line. Norton catches out a player on the elbow, but it is all Peace raining hell on this B side as the Hunter's Fury coming in from Scroll. There's some good damage on Aronski, but he's able to avoid it with the tailwind. Peck's on a really good lurk here.
Oh, easy money. Sprays down Clutchy and Sicko. And now it's Peace on the man disadvantage. No smokes to play with and limited post-plant util. The Seekers, it just causes more trouble as well because Peck is in the back lines. They know that Scroll's still holding the angle. And of course, from Tunnel real soon, Scroll will have backup. Peace, what do you do? Empress has been popped by Tensai and gets shut down instantaneously. Ronski, the young gun with the operator. Let's see him clutch this out. 1-on-3. The jump out, he heard it, but couldn't quite react in time.
Yeah, this is a very rough spot to be in if you're on ski, and very precious round here to be taken by Mind Freak. Smoke, Cloudburst up, but he's not going to expect Scroll to be peeking at that opportune moment. Mind Freak finding themselves a 3rd, and I almost favored that hit towards Peace. They took a ton of space. They almost got the spike down, but Mind Freak, they were able to answer, and a very good flank there from Pex, I have to say.
I was actually very afraid of a Ferg because he was still on the B side. He single-handedly could have made all the difference. He does go one before he does get one before he goes down. But yeah, this map's so big, and perhaps this is where Peace's attacking back lines are a little bit weak because they don't have a Cypher to watch, you know, those flanks early on. And Pex, he's just fully abusing it. Back to their old ways, I guess, for Peace, going back to A. Hopefully this time, Mind Freak, they can lock it down a bit better.
And of course, we speak about this Mind Freak roster. Norson now to the Jet. We've seen him tease it a little bit, of course, over in the Autumn Cup, but now... Oh, wait, sorry, not the Autumn Cup, the Summer Cup. He was, you know, teasing us a little bit and finally going to be swapped to a Duelist. Norson, as we said, a prominent Sentinel player. But, you know, Breeze, not all too favorable for some of these Sentinels, especially, of course, over on the attack side. Seeker's going to be coming out here for Peace, and they're looking to 5-stack it towards his A site this time.
Oh, Peck is ballsy, flashes right through it, doesn't know what the hell's going on. There's too many walls, and Peace, they just start things off hard on the A site. Norton does strike back, but look, Pisico's right there to trade. And now Peace, they've had the spike down, and Mind Freak, I think they probably should save this, as you can see there, Norton trying to drive away, still gets executed though. Now it's Ferg 1v3. Starts off nice, and that was the end of him.
Yeah, unfortunate there from Ferg, not able to make the Cinderella run there in that round. 6 now on the board for Pieces. It's starting to look scary for this first half for Mind Freak. 6 already secured by Peace, and anything more would be a cherry on top of an already buttered cake.
You know, the thing is, right now, I think for Mind Freak on the defense, they have basically 2 sort of intel gathering agents. You have your Sova, Recon Arrows, and Owl Drone, as well as the Cypher Camera. Why aren't they going that aggressive on the defense? I mean, this map's so big, they could have gotten early intel and basically go for an early flank or a pinch. But this time, Peace, okay, they're changing things up a little bit. They're expecting Mind Freak to do this. That's why they're playing default, watching all the angles. Okay, Mind Freak, you got the orb. Let's see more.
They must have heard you there. Digital, of course, looking to aggress here, and Peace just looking to hold him down there. Spotted towards the cave is Norson. Taking down the half and going to have to back off. He's going to get the overgrowth here. Clutchy on the Trailblazer. Going to be scouting out for Ferg and gives the intel over to his teammates. Scroll very heavily pushed towards this elbow line, only good for one shot before falling off, and while that shot's not going to land, Peace now looking in prime position to take this B site off of Mindfreak.
The defensive vibe ball over towards A from Mindfreak, we've seen that for the Europe VCT challengers, but I'm not too sure really if Mindfreak they're playing to use it effectively. As Sicko just walks his way onto the site and just takes down one. Mid control belongs to Peace. Pex is gone now, 1 by 1 on the eco. Mindfreak just aren't finding any value.
This could be a good position though from what if they don't expect it. Ronsky going to be spotting Ferg here. Scroll now towards the spawn. Shot. That's a beautifully placed one there. Sicko loses his dome. And as I said, they're not going to expect what, but he misses the first 2 shots and will be traded out by Ronsky. Doesn't deny the spike plant here and missed opportunity moment there for what. Scroll now left to face down Peace, and there's not much to do when you're battling against a queen like Tensai.
You know, Ronsky on the jet operator as well, he's missing quite a lot of shots, very uncharacteristic of Ronsky. Perhaps it's just the new map things and he's not quite aware of all these angles, I suppose. But earlier on there, I think what he fired that Sheriff shot just right between the ponytail of Korra's Sage. So really interesting interaction there. And Tony, you know, I'm reading off the papers here a little bit, but do you know what Mindfreak's defensive win rate on Bliss on a Breeze is?
I definitely would feel it's above 55, surely.
79%. We ain't seeing that right now. Peace, they've done their homework. Whatever they're doing, it's working out fantastically. Just abusing this space on the map. Another default, and Mindfreak, their economy teetering at the edge of collapse again.
Yeah, this is Peace really taking the punches and starting to roll with them. Early drone out, spots 10. Sign will be pinged on the recon bolt, but Peace expecting maybe a bit more of an aggressive Mindfreak as we wanted to see. Take a ton more info, but for the moment, both teams playing very cautious because you can be peaked from so many different angles here on Breeze.
Oh, it's so daunting, and you know I'm sure we've played it as well in ranked, even in 10-mans. It's mass confusion. But Peace, I guess their comms are just dead on right now. They're making it work, and it's absolute intel starvation for Mindfreak. It's sort of working out as what he's in a bit of a risky position here. He has to be aware of a player coming out from A main caves, but he has his jet to watch the angle. Norson, let's see the shot come through.
He's going to need to hit it. Flash there from Clutchy. The guiding light to guide them in towards this A site. Norson hasn't been checked for the moment. That's a very nice high lead there from Ted's side to cover him. Norson, though, hit the first shot, pops the knives out to play with. Pex takes one. Norson takes another point blank. Dome straight with a knife. And it's Ronsky now 10 seconds to try and pick off a few more players, but this round's already over. And it's done and dusted. Mindfreak have held this A site successfully this time.
Yeah, I think that round just came down to really Peace, I would say, time mismanagement. They really took a lot of map control, especially over towards mid. And then they didn't really do much with it. They didn't really try to pressure, say, B tunnels maybe. They didn't really try to go up towards mid alcove, mid window there. And they just went for a stock standard A split really late before... And they didn't have intel of what Mindfreak was doing, at least on the defense. They finally found out what was playing close to the Viper, but they didn't realize that there was also a jet operator on Norson that close over towards a tri-box. And then that's how things just fell apart. So Mindfreak, okay, they salvaged their economy for the time being, but Peace, make no mistake, I still think this A-site take favors them heavily.
Yeah, Mindfreak are treading on thin water here, and Ferg going very aggressive towards that B side. Him and Norson scouting for intel that they're just going to know it's A already. Guiding light to come out here. Doesn't blind Ronsky. And it's going to be up to Pex and the rest of his teammates to hold it down because Peace are looking to push into this A site yet again. Rinse, repeat.
It's just so coordinated. And look at that. Off of a single Lear, Tensai and Clutchy, the dynamic duo, they cleared the site completely. Pex, okay. Nice positioning, gets one onto Korra, spots out the jump up of Ronsky. Nice, he's done a lot of work, but he has to go further than that. Bird finally chimes in. And Mindfreak, they're making this retake possible, single-handedly by Pex. Now it's all down to Sicko. He's out of his Viper's pit, and he has the win conditions to do this, as long as he plays this smart. Although the Seekers does show him up and find him, and Pex, you are a god, man. Quad kill, single-handedly delivers the win to Mindfreak.
Yeah, they're going to have to stick it fully here, but Pex, beautiful 4K there And a beautifully placed round to close it for the side of Mindfreak. They needed that 5th to keep themselves a little bit out of heavy water here, because, you know, Peace now to the defense side. They've got a little bit more maybe aggressive style of play in them, of course, with this 10-site arena, who's been very good at opening up these sites.
Yeah, and like Peace, they are playing the Leers to decent perfection, I would say. And also, that round, I feel like I cast the cursor again, saying that Mindfreak, their defense, it's meant to be strong. Granted, they've only played Breeze twice in the officials in the past, and that wasn't it. But as I say that, they managed to pick up the last 2 rounds of the first half. So all the more value to them. Despite they are down 2 rounds, winning this pistol round will basically guarantee the tie game, I would assume. But hey, if Peace forces back, then it could be anyone's game. Nonetheless, though, it's Mindfreak now with the Cypher on the attack. Their lurks should be safe.
Early dart, spots Clutchy towards the door. Especially having a Sova on this attack side to scout for intel. Very smart play here from Mindfreak. Even Ferg going up through this backhaul lurk, and there's the question of the essence. Do Peace expect it here? Ronsky going to be overseeing the operation with that Sheriff towards the nest, and for the moment, both teams taking their space. Ronsky might sense a disturbance in the force here.
And so that's Ferg. There's the camera placement, spots out Ronsky ASAP. However, this is a little bit concerning because I think Peace, they're starting to just angle a little bit over towards A. Once again, that 6th sense. And Mindfreak go for A again. Take a page out of Peace's playbook.
And you can see approaching slowly. Toxic Orb goes up here from the side of Peace. It's going to be up to Sicko here with Ronsky to hold down this site. They do have Clutchy close. Ferg is sneaking heavily towards this backhaul, though. He's been spotted and given away. Clutchy with the bird, but it's Sicko to hit the first shot on a Norson. Finds a second on the Ferg in that hallway. Ronsky taps another head, and well, Mindfreak, this is a little bit out of sorts on this aid take, and Peace, they're just playing behind this Viper's Wall for the moment. Skrull able to take 2, a third pops onto his head. Wow. And Tensai, though, to find him dead. 8th round to Peace, but Mindfreak, Skrull almost made that work.
Skrull, you know, we know him on Mindfreak as a bit of a clutch master. In those situations, he really does turn up. Unfortunately, 1-on-5, bit steep on the pistol round especially. Okay, so Peace, they've won the pistol round, and now it's 8-5 again. Mindfreak once again on the back foot. Oh, Tony, I don't know. In the best of 1 on Breeze, this is a bit of a real gamble.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one from Mindfreak, and we've, I guess, seen them fall out of favor a little bit. You know, their recent roster swaps, you know, as you said, Lakers departing the roster. They picked up Counter a little bit, but that didn't seem to work out. Tensai, almost with a beautiful lineup, but Koro's there to steal it away. The glory, though, goes to Ronsky as a no-scope shot placed to White, and it's just left to poor Skrull with his Marshall to do some magic, but he's going to be banged out by Ronsky in the end. Clean cut there on a flawless round from Peace.
Granted, that was a pretty hard eco from Mindfreak, so I don't really think they cared too much. They just, you know, just classics, run at them, get the plant at the very least on A. But however, going classics all the way up mid, that was a really ballsy maneuver, because in such an open space, you know you have to be at a disadvantage and be expecting marshals to fire right back at you. So now a tactical pause has been called out, a technical pause, sorry, as we are having ping issues on some of the players. But Tony, Peace, I just cannot see them stopping at all.
Yeah, they're definitely bringing the fire early on and maybe looking to right the wrongs of that last Breeze matchup. Of course, we saw it go in terms of Mindfreak's way, 14-12, and I have to say, this is what we expected to see. Maybe a little bit different in the numbers department from Peace, but this is what we want to see from them in this opening at best of 1.
Well, Mindfreak maybe soon to join Orglis in the lower brackets. But then again, I'm just saying this stuff way too early. They're only down by 4. They can still make this back, because especially this round, they're investing everything into it. Rifles and armor. And it's Pex on the Sky just leading the charge. A-side does seem to be favored, but look at the judge. And his back is already turned. He knows what's coming, Clutchy. Oh no, he doesn't quite spot out What inside his own poison cloud. Too much green. And What, single-handedly, man, those kills were delivered by Silver Platter onto him. Ronsky to strike back a little bit, although Norson Jet superiority, I suppose, tapping his head away. And Mind Freak not planting the spike just yet. But Peace, once that wall goes down, they'll be in a hell lot of pain.
Oh, Ferg's in such a pivotal spot, though. The flank to come in towards middle. Tensai even going to fall Ferg with a wide swing of the ages. And not what we're expected to see a flawless round here from Mind Freak, though, is they really get in the heads of Peace in that round. And you can see, unfortunately, the judge there from Clutchy not going to land the shots.
Clutchy, I think Peace, they have the right idea. That was a pretty decent strat, and they've actually worked out fantastically. But unfortunately, he's walked into Sicko's Poison Cloud, actually, that was. And I don't know, I feel something went wrong there. He hesitated, or just maybe Viper Green on Viper Green, and he just was confused. But Mind Freak, that was a very needed round. Ronsky back on the operator early on. I want to see Mind Freak get the intel and basically deny Ronsky of his positioning.
You can hear the Trailblazer be stomped all the way through that hallway. He's going to be holding out for it for the moment. Mind Freak playing this one a little bit more passive to their approach, and you can see Ronsky a little bit more passive in his approach, though. They've reconned him out. Norson looking to put the pressure on, and Skrull actually going to find it with a double Hunter's Fury. And it's going to be the spike down at A here. Peace looking to try and salvage it, though. They've still got a few players to make it work, but Norson with a beautiful shot there to Sicko. Starting it off good here for Mind Freak in this post plant.
I don't think Ferg expected that that sort of push from B main there and then over to elbow to catch him out. But now Peace, they are down a player, but this post plant from Peace, I think it's pretty strong. It's planted in the valley all the way over towards caves. I don't really see a way back into this, but with a Tensa on the flank, he may be able to do a lot of damage. Just how big this map is, you'll know it. Here's anything. Crunchy pushes right in, up from a blind, picks up the blaze of Mind Freak. Norton's 1v3. They're sticking the defuse, and Korra from across the elbow there gets the kill. Oh my god, what a retake by Peace. That was flawless with the 3 players.
A crazy amount of synergy for a newly formed roster. You saw Tensai go for a massive flank there towards the cave, and Clutchy just setting himself up beautifully with the guiding lights with a double for that retake, as Mind Freak left now dazed and confused, but still able to buy. But Peace, that's secure double digit, and that's a muchly needed secure round there from them. They now have, of course, Clutchy with the Seekers, and they've got almost a few more ultimates available as well. Ronsky 1 off the knives, Korra 2 off the res. This is Peace's game to take back in their hands.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think for Peace on the retake, Sicko, he managed to put the snake bite over towards that corner and basically cut off that little cubby. And this time he's going really aggressive. Nice opener. Mind Freak didn't see that coming. Sicko gets the one and done, runs away, and that's good. He's taken out the Space Maker for Mind Freak.
Yeah, you can see Mind Freak a little bit out of sorts, not expecting such a crazy loose play style here from Peace. They've got 3 over towards this B site. It's just Ferg on the lurk, camera towards the elbow to spot for it. Tripwire on the flank. Mind Freak might be looking to join Ferg here in just a second, but Peace, they're playing heavily towards this rotational style of play. Tensai, you can see, shifting his attention towards this backhaul because, you know, Peace, we saw them flank this backhaul. Mind Freak look to do the same.
Now, I'm jumping the gun a little bit. I think that Cypher on the attack sort of loses a little bit more value because this map is so big, so many routes to take. Although, Mind Freak going to dedicate over towards this B site here on the take, but they're getting slowed down. Nice Viper's pit, actually. And Core just spraying bullets down range. 30 seconds now. Mind Freak, they can still double back over towards A should they choose to, as all the players of Peace basically have rotated over. No, they do commit, and Scroll goes down the corner, 1-for-1 trades. It's a bit of a bloodbath on site, and Mind Freak just barely making it out onto the site. White going to stick the plants. Tensai, though, gets the kill, gets the second. Oh my god, man. This is falling apart.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort from Mind Freak at least to get the spike down, but Peace, they had numbers there to retake it. Beautifully placed push around the Viper's pit there for Tensai, shuffling that player out of the corner, denying Mind Freak any space or any opportunity to try and hold that site down. Peace secure themselves an 11, and this is looking a little bit more in the favor of Peace this time on Breeze.
Their attack was strong. Their defense is also strong, despite not having a more defensive sentinel. Sure, you have Korra and that slow orb, you know, in that choke point. It slows the push and it buys time for his teammates to rotate over. But no Cypher, and they're making this work despite having no Sova as well. The intel is limited, and to make up for it, you have aggressive plays like Sicko, early on. Just push straight into caves there, a little bit of a curveball. And now it's Mindfreak on the eco. Ferg once again trying to lurk into halls. Oh.
And see playing the element.
Magical.
Oh, Norson, right click though, taking out Sicko, puts another knife onto Clutchy. And this is Mindfreak coming back into this round with a vengeance. Spike goes down, Ronsky goes high, and Ronsky delivers from up above. The aerial bombardment from Ronsky finding Scroll. Ferg, not a chance in his lifetime you get back towards that A site. It's Tensai to clean up the last kill, and that's what we want to see from Ronsky. That's the jet play we know him for. Peace secure themselves a 12 match point now in this best of one.
Goodness gracious. Me and Crash at least, we talked about in the past how Jet has been sort of nerfed or kneecapped in this 3.0 patch. Her 8 points blades, and just overall more expensive utility. But on Breeze, actually, it does seem to work for both Jets at the very least, just based on the fact of how big this map is. And Jet Operator with the, what do you call it, the dash as well, the most valuable part of her kit. It is on paper meant to be a very deadly combo, although both Jets, I don't think we've seen a lot of Operator kills, which surprises me a lot. Now, Ferg that round as well. I like his idea. He tried to really play the lurking role into holes there, but unfortunately there was no smokes to really deny vision for the defensive side, and he had Ronsky with the Operator just locking the angle down. What's Ferg meant to do? Use your cyber cages, lob it all the way down? You have to physically show yourself to throw it down, and then push and open the door. He has the right idea, I think, but just perhaps it's not fully fleshed out just yet. For Mindfreak, they're only now calling a timeout on match point? Tony, is this too little too late?
Yeah, I definitely would feel that way. Peace looking very hot in control, and of course we point to our scoreboard. This is a crazy performance from Tensai in this opening best of one, as we've seen from him, of course, on the old McBTS roster, now of course under the Peace banner. Tensai normally likes to play the Sentinels, so Reina coming out here, especially on Breeze, and Peace showing that they're willing to work off of each other. Those leads have been very crucial in setting up the plays as well. Clutchy with these guiding lights, as now we see the pause dissipate. Mindfreak under the gun here against Peace in this first opening best of one for both these teams.
And also, I think at least for Peace on defense, their MO does seem to be play retake, because on a map this big, you can't really afford to basically challenge on site. That's a nutty lineup though.
Ooh.
It could be a one-way of sorts if... Nah, it's not. Never mind. But Viper's been popped by Sicko. Just look at how much ground it covers. Sicko once again going so aggressive. Oh my god. X may not see this coming at all.
He's definitely not going to expect it. Ooh, what?
Nice flash. The X is X, and then what? He does manage to strike back. Okay. A little bit of shenanigans there.
And Clutchy trying to thrive under the shenanigans that's going on, though. What? Able to find another kill, and they might be looking to find themselves a B site here, but Tensai's already rotated out. He's taken point blank, long range, though, this time from What? A beautiful tap secured. It's now Ronsky and Cora to try and retake. Mindfreak thrive under the chaos and find themselves a plan. Scroll down towards lower mid. Could actually look for the backstab here on the Ronsky.
Come on. Scroll.
Neither player not looking the right way. It would seem there we go. Scroll knows that he heard the gun drop there from Ronsky. The sound cue given away. Koro trying to walk up this broken hall. He finds the first on the tunnel. It's actually going to go for the res in the open, and that's just going to be Tensai dead to right. What secures it with a 4 beautifully placed entries here onto this B site, and Mindfreak under the gun. They find themselves a much needed round.
Now, two things I want to point out about that round. Once again, what I mentioned earlier on, the same idea. Fergie tried to lurk up over towards holes there, and same story. There's no vision denying equipment, at least, from a teammate to back him up. And the only thing that they really have is the Viper wall, but to use it just to cover that little angle off in holes, maybe not much value, right? And Ronsky playing the same angle, because he knows that Ferg has been trying to lurk that angle, just executes Ferg in that little hallway. Easy peasy. And then Peace on the retake there. Tensai tried to challenge alone. I don't really think that was the play, because a map this big, you have to wait for teammates to arrive and basically get intel first before you go for a head-on challenge on the retake. But now, new round, and Tensai, this mid-control, this is a first for Peace.
Here.
Yeah, Tensai very deep towards that pillar in middle. Ronsky, of course, holding for an elbow swing. Clutchy, even going deeper too. Piece aggressing heavy there, but Ferg spots it. A headshot line spotted, and Clutchy's taken out. Piece now a little bit under the pressure and maybe a little bit overzealous to take these fights against Mind Freak. Have lost a member early, and Tensai's been spotted towards middle there off the neural theft.
Now, this toxic screen, it may be a fake, because as long as Core goes down, indeed, Ferg gets the kill, A-side's completely been opened up for the time being, and that spike is already so close. Now, it's all down to Vronsky with the operator, I believe, in his hands to try and lock this down. He's getting close, though. He's aiming between the Valley, but the Seekers will reveal his position, so he makes a smart play, falls back, and waits for his teammates to come to go for this retake.
Seeker is chasing him though, he gives his position up, though Ronsky able to find a pixel, a hair of Scrawl being taken out. That's going to set this up beautifully for the retake, because Peace, they've now got, of course, the Snake Spite, they've got Tensai here to work with the Leers, and Mind Freak in a little bit of an off angle, a little bit of an off position. Berg now caught towards the right side of the pyramids. Ronsky takes another on the Norsen. It's left to Pex. No guiding lights available in this dark hour as he's taken by Sicko. Tensai secure the defuse, and Peace to secure themselves an icebox here against Mind Freak.
On board. Let's go.
A breeze, sorry.
You know, as much as I want to say anything, there's not much to really say, I suppose. Mind Freak, they really won against Peace in the past, but now Peace, they've done their homework and they've managed to, you know, come up with a better strategy, at least on attack and defense, and it really shows. That was fantastic. It was clinical. 13-7, Tensai, his duelist debut, 21 kills, 5 first bloods for him, and Sicko as well on the Viper, 5 first bloods. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's very nice. And of course, as you said, Jules' debut for the Sentinel here from Peace. It was also the duelist debut here for Norsen, especially on this new build Mind Freak roster. And well, he had a bit of a rough start, but you know, he started to pick it up a little bit more. But overall, that looked a little bit more dominant in the favor of Peace. And of course, their team play overall as well, not just Tensai popping off, but their team play looked very, very good on that map.
Very good, and they managed to really, you know, randomize their defense and the attack as well. Sometimes they use the Viper util to go over towards A. They didn't really go B for Peace on the attack because A was their favorite side and just kept working against the defense of Mind Freak. But one thing to take note is that Peace, they didn't really play for whole control. And it worked out. They didn't really have to. They did it once, I think, on an eco. And I don't remember how that round went, but I'm pretty sure Mind Freak, they won it.
Yeah, Mind Freak, they were, you know, very structured in their approach, but, you know, Peace, as we said, one of these newly formed rosters, and very, very hard to read, especially for a revered roster here like Mind Freak.
Yes, and also the thing about Mind Freak as well, they've been around for a long time. Even though they may have Ferg as one of their new 5th players, the problem is the advantage they have against Peace is experience. Sure, okay, but the advantage that Peace has on Mind Freak is that they have so much information. They have VODs to review upon what are their habits. But for Breeze, not so much. But they have played in the past, and maybe just scouring, you know, that single VOD, they came out with a counter strategy.
Peace doing their homework, it would seem. And of course, I give props, as we've said, to Tensai, but you know, Clutchy on this Sky, quite a, you know, unsung hero of some of these rounds. Those guiding lights to set up beautifully. That one round where he got the double on the retake there was absolutely pivotal in setting Peace up for the success they had this evening.
Indeed. Well, Mind Freak, I suppose the downward trend is going to have to continue just briefly for the time being. It's, as much as it hurts to say, you know, it's the truth. And Peace, the dark horse, my personal dark horse choice coming into this close qualifiers, off to a great start as they knock Mind Freak into the lower bracket. And now, guys, before we get into our third matchup for tonight, let's go for a short break. So see you guys soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 1. I'm William Zhang, Digital Cast, and of course my other half tonight, 2-Tap Tony, Anthony McMullen. So, we got our wish. We saw Breeze and Mindfreak this time. They did not show up to the occasion.
Yeah, it looked very, very rough, especially Ferg on the Sentinels, a little bit out of sort, maybe on Breeze, of course, a recent addition to the pool, and you know, for Peace, that looked very, very good across the board. Tensai, you know, on the Duelist, first time we saw him, and, you know, Clutchy on that Sky, very key players here. But, of course, we now go over to our bracket, because that's, you know, Peace moving up through here, and, you know, that's going to be Mindfreak now in that lower bracket to face down August, of course, in that losers bracket, best of 3.
And not to, you know, throw anything against them, but I think that should basically be a decent game for Mindfreak to take. But Peace to go up against Order, the #1 team in the region after a single best of 1. It's a bit daunting, but hey, I won't put it past them. Once again, the info advantage that Peace has over Order. Hey, they have a lot of homework to do, and hopefully things go their way. It's a best of 3 as well, so let's wish them the best of luck. But now, we have another game on our hands. The third matchup for tonight, Wildcard Gaming versus Straight Out of the Zoo.
And I guess this is a little bit of a storied matchup, of course, from the closed qualifiers. You know, we've seen both of these teams go head-to-head, of course, with different rosters now. I believe, you know, Wildcard picking up a new member, Sots, you know, staying as a core of 5. And Sots have waned a little bit in performance recently, especially in some of these later stage closed qualifier games.
And now this is full theory, right? I haven't confirmed it, but perhaps there's something to do with the fact that Straight Out of the Zoo, they had some internal issues with the fact that, you know, Yifeng, the team captain, he was trying to juggle university and playing the Red Bull Campus Clutch, as well as the Oceania Tour. It's a lot to handle, and that may have taken away from a little bit of their scrim and practice time, which, by the way, Straight Out of the Zoo, they are doing now. So they're no longer a pug team. Still looking for an org, so it is what it is. But now let's check out the team breakdowns. Starting off first, it's going to be Wildcard. This team, they've had a while to basically find their identity, but now they've picked up Signed as their latest 5th player, and things are looking pretty good. Signed's rolled Noz, RDW, and Infrequent.
You can see a stacked roster on paper here from Wildcard, especially picking up Signed. You know, we saw him fill in for Order. He had his moments of brilliance, but now it appears he's a home amongst the gum trees here with Wildcard. And I guess a little bit of a background, this is, you know, a little bit of the makings of this old Direwolves roster. Signed coming back together with Swirl and Noz. You know, the core of Direwolves now under this Wildcard banner with RDW and Infrequent rounding out the roster. This is going to be a stacked matchup here. And of course, Sots, they've got a lot to answer for.
Yeah, but, you know, once again, Wildcard, they didn't really have the core 5 time as much as Straight Out of the Zoo. So how much can they practice and basically get their team cohesion down with Signed as the latest pickup only very recently? But Straight Out of the Zoo, look at this. Handsome lads across the board. The core 5, they've been around for a while, and they are finally here.
Yifeng, Punda, Duddy Boy, Mike, and Nice Hacks to round out that roster. And, well, from what we've heard, Sots, you know, they've been doing a bit of prac behind the scenes, and we might see some crazy things being shuffled up. Of course, you know, Yifeng, a prominent IGL here on the Sova. We've seen him pop off time and time again, but maybe it's time we see a little bit of a different Sots here going into this, of course, Stage 3 closed qualifier.
We'll see, and the only real difference I see for Straight Out of the Zoo has been that Duddy Boy getting off of the Omen and starting to learn a bit more Astra in tune with the meta, and I would say so far so good. But once again, you know, Tony, Straight Out of the Zoo, despite them being upset Kings to an extent, and this is a best of 1, I'm a little bit concerned because at times they can be inconsistent. Sometimes Nice Hacks doesn't show up, sometimes Punda doesn't show up, sometimes Duddy Boy, he's on, he's hot, he's cold. But hey, if they want to upset Wildcard, who are looking so strong right now, they're going to have to bring their A game. But checking out the head-to-heads between these two teams, of course, Wildcard, you have Noz, team captain, ex-Overwatch Pro, versus Yifeng, ex-Overwatch Pro as well for Straight Out of the Zoo.
Yeah, it's a battle of, I guess, the ex-Overwatch professionals here. I believe also Signed an ex-Overwatch professional here on the Wildcard roster. And, you know, as we said, it's up to Sots to try and come out with a little bit of a surpriser here. Of course, a best of 1, and as we said earlier on in the evening, prone to a few upsets here or there. And, well, Sots may be looking to do it against the second best team in the country right now, Wildcard.
Yeah, I suppose, even though it's best of ones, at least the first 2 games, it was sort of to be expected. Order, they won against Orglis in dominating Bastion, and Peace, I had them as a dark horse, but I still thought they would win against Mindfreak, who are still trying to find their identity in that rebuild phase, I would call it. But hey, look, let's check out the vetoes between these 2 teams. And look at that, Wildcard bans Breeze right off the get-go, and it will be Bind, a second Bind for tonight to be played.
Yeah, Bind, a little bit of an interesting one. Of course, Wildcard, they don't want anything to do with Breeze. And as you said, and as we've seen, Breeze, one of those maps that's very upset heavy and very prone to a ton of aim tools. And, well, I guess Wildcard don't want to take that against Sots. They'd rather play a little bit more strategic in this Bind pick.
Indeed, play a map that they are more comfortable on. And Wildcard, I think they actually managed to win against Order, who are basically the best team on Bind in the region in the previous regional finals. So Wildcard, they had that going for them. And straight out of the zoo, their favorite map, it has to be Ascent because, you know, that's how they play. Unpredictable, hard, fast, sturdy, cracked aim. But the thing is, on Bind, straight out of the zoo, they've managed to put up some numbers against the Mindfreak, old Mindfreak, and even managed to win against them on one occasion. But however, coming into this against the Wildcard, who have really been looking so strong, it's a bit concerning. Well, let's maybe take a peek at the agent picks, or you know what, let's keep talking about Wildcard on Bind, especially RDW. I'm expecting to see his Viper come out.
You would hope to see that Viper, a filthy one. Of course, we've seen it on Icebox, we've seen it on a ton of other maps, but, you know, Bind, we haven't seen all too much of it recently, of course, from Wildcard. But as you said, you know, they took it off of Order in the last closed qualifiers, I believe in the regional finals, actually beating out Order overall. And, well, Wildcard may be looking to pull off that run again here in the closed qualifiers, but they've got Sots to stand in their way this time.
Yeah, indeed. And best of one, straight out of the zoo, upset Kings. Anything can happen on Bind. So it comes down to how deep the strategy comes on these 2 teams, but also which players really show up. Because if some players were straight out of the zoo, like say Niceax and Punda, these 2 duelists, right, these dive agents, if they can get onto the site and just frag the hell out, Wildcard, they need RDW to step up and basically go Megamind with his Viper sneaky plays, and maybe Swirl as well. Well, probably, you know, you expect to see Swirl, being the cracked aimer he is, put up real big numbers for Wildcard.
Yeah, very enthusiastic player as well. We've seen Swirl really likes to get amongst it. And, well, as you said, we expect to see Niceax and Punda, but they haven't had the results you really want from these 2 key entry fraggers here for Sots recently. And, you know, it's going to be up to how Wildcard really deal with this kind of looser style play that Sots like to go for.
Once again, you know, these 2 teams, they've been around the scene for a while, so I do expect both to be doing their homework. But Wildcard, once again, they have more resources, so they should have the upper edge in this. But also now, I just want to point out, these picks is pretty interesting, in which you guys will see real soon. Duddy Boy, he's not an Omen, he's not on Astra, he will be playing Brimstone, which I think is the only other team that does this. It probably has to be Nebula, and it works out for them.
Yeah, it's a very post-plant oriented comp, but it's not too much post-plant here, I guess, for the side of Sots, but for the side of Wildcard, there is a ton. There's the Rays here, there's the Sky to come in, the Astra, the Viper, and of course the Sova for the Intel. We saw it from Order in their game. Very, very masterfully played around and game overall from Maple.
Yeah.
You know, now we go, of course, to it. The best of one here on Bind, and this is a little bit of an interesting one. Niceax's going to be rocking the coveted jet that we expected to see from him. You know, Fang, the team captain, to lead the charge. Bind, you know, a little bit more heavily favored towards this wildcard roster, I would imagine.
That's what I would assume as well. At least we both got our subconscious predictions out of the way. Expect Wildcard to take the dub. And now action fast. Yifei, what are you doing, man? Your recon arrow didn't scan anyone. Goes for the ult orb and just gets gunned the hell down like a rabid dog. A Wildcard. That's a nice entry onto the site. On the Punda, nice stink and paint shells that could be doing so much damage over towards Octagon.
Ooh,
damn.
That's a lot. Yeah, there it is. Punda gonna be taking out RDW. The Wildcard still trying to push themselves into this B site. Dunny Boy towards the elbow. Going to be taken down to 20 points of HP and will be taken out by Noz as he puts the pressure on the foot on the gas here. There's now a few members of SOTS here to try and retake it because the site hasn't been fully taken here by Wildcard just yet. And they're going to be piecing out. They go over towards that A site because they've drawn the rotation over. And now it's going to be up to how quickly SOTS can get back to this A site.
pretty fast, and straight out of the zoo, wherever you go, I'll be there. That's their motto right now, as NiceHack's missing a few shots here, as Punda does get taken down over towards U-Haul. To be expected, he was low, and Wildcard now, double the manpower of straight out of the zoo. Spike is down, bit of a flank coming in from Mike, but it's gonna be a tall task.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do here.
Oh.
Dink on a Noz to start, that's what you want to see. NiceHack's now to approach from the heaven. He's going to drop himself down into the site. Frequent holding this guiding line towards the shower, flashes himself out, and NiceHack's can't really do much to answer when he's full blind. Mike now towards the short line, and it's only going to be peppering bullets into a 4-member hold there from Wildcard as they find themselves the pistol.
Yeah, also just talking about the agent picks a little bit more, I think what I'm starting to see, at least, I feel the meta on Bind shifting a little bit towards a solo duelist mentality, mainly just being raised, because her utility can basically cover a lot of these choke points and angles, and Jet not as prominent anymore, because once again, she's been nerfed a little bit, her utility is more expensive. Bind's a decently close quarters map, especially when it matters on the sites, so I don't know, Australia Zoo perhaps just still playing what's comfortable, but Wildcard being the more innovative team right now, and it's going to be an anti-eco. Oh, dearie me. Swirl, let's see you get to action. Earn your paycheck, baby.
He's going to be sending out the bomb bot. Scouts for the intel. Sots going to be immediately shooting that one out. Wildcard have already done a heavy amount of damage. Paint shells on the Punda. And the fadeaway. As Wildcard might look to set up towards his A site. Of course, they've got the Viper's pit. The Viper's wall, sorry, over towards that site. And well, Noz just holding for any stragglers, trying to get out this hookah line. They're not letting anybody go through for Sots.
They're just waiting. They have a lot of time to play with. So just farm your ult points that are much more expensive now in the 3.0 patch. Wildcard, nice call as well. Just go back over towards the B site. Surely no one off straight out of Zoo has rotated over. Although Duddy Boy, a lick away from death. The classic right click can do a lot of damage here. Swirl. Next door neighbors with them. Nova Pulse doesn't get anything. And the gravity well manages to pull away Duddy Boy. Noz gets the kill, and Wildcard, man, they're just mowing over straight out of the zoo right now.
And Noz getting a ton of kills early on, looking to secure a Cosmic Divide. NiceHack's now has spotted Wildcard, not expecting him coming from hookah, but he misses a few too many shots, and Swirl will do the 180 and clean him up. Second round to go to Wildcard, and for the side of Sots now to a bye round, and they're going to need it, because Wildcard, if they get out to an early lead, this is where Sots can really start to crumble.
And look at the economy. Full, complete investment by straight out of the zoo. They're just pulling out every last penny to have rifles and armor. But Wildcard, now Noz, he's one off of the Cosmic Divide. If they actually manage to get him an orb over towards Shower here, in which those Astra Stars are positioned, that's indeed what I think is going to happen. They could potentially use his ultimate and go for an A-side take right now. Because if this 5 players of Wildcard barreling on with SMGs onto a Cosmic Divide, with only 2 players of straight out of the zoo on sites, I think they can win this bonus round. But that's not what's happening.
Yeah, Yifeng gonna be sending the Aldrone through. Actually, scouts for Noz. Might be seeing a few more players over at that A site for Wildcard, and Sots. They've got this 3-man B here. Swell, just the sole lurk for the moment, but the rest of his team to join him in just a second. You can see the stars set up towards hookah, so Wildcard, they're thinking about this being taken. Sots, they've just rotated Punda out.
I really want to see Wildcard still commit to A, because you already have the toxic screen there, and if you combine it with the Cosmic Divide, it just basically creates the site into 4 parts, like a checkerboard. Okay, Cosmic Divide is going to be used over towards B, but at least it was used. I was right on that part at least. And Wildcard is starting to swarm on. Wildcard, I think it's best if they try to play this 5-on-5 retake, although they have rifles and Mike looking to go huge here, and he just gets absolutely demolished, folded in half, as Punda does strike back. The Spike looking to get planted real soon. Oh, yeah,
but they're not going to expect Yifeng there in the elbow, coming out swinging. Swell to trade it. Swell take it extremely low here. It's going to be up to the remaining members, Noz and Swell. I'm sorry, Noz and Signed to hold down this site here. Signed? Going to be spotted on the bomb bot. He's going to be backing off. Sends out the recon though. It's actually a shock dart there, point blank. NiceHack's to trade out onto Noz, and 2v2 now. That Spike's pretty far. 6 Sots. I'm going to try and go for this retake. NiceHack's takes out Swirl. That's a shock dart being signed though. Going to get NiceHack's. and it's going to have to be Duddy Boy to stick it on the defuse. I believe he's just got enough time. Sots secure themselves by a skin of their teeth the first round. The rifle taken away off of Wildcard.
Yeah, plenty of time, but Wildcard, you know, being on the bonus there, you invested 1 ultimate on Sanaz, the Cosmic Divide. It's 7 points, but he's already 2 out of 7 back, so that's not bad, and they managed to basically take away 4 rifles out of the hands of straight out of the zoo. That's pretty good value. But look, straight out of the zoo there, that came dangerously close. Nice hack, great lead on the retake there. He managed to make things a lot more doable for straight out of the zoo. But then Sign, there was a world in which he could have won that. That shock dart paired with the timing of his peak, things got really down to the wire. But now, it's going to be a bit of a buy versus buy. Straight out of the zoo has a weaker one. And Wildcard, once again, really close to the ultimates. They get the free orb and showers.
We're going to give it over to Infrequent securing Seekers here to, of course, push on to a site, give the intel as they push on in. You see Sots going for this double stack at long. Yifeng, let me securing the ult orb for himself, get closer to that Hunter's Fury because it's a little bit more expensive in the recent patch. Wildcard, though, playing very default, expecting Sots to maybe over-aggress and overstep, but Sots, this is a little bit of a different play from them, a little bit more calm and defensive.
Now, Tony, would you rather prefer Duddy Boy's Brimstone grabbing the ult orb or Yifeng's Sober for Hunter's Fury? I feel maybe the Orbital Strike, it's more impactful than the Hunter's Fury on Bind.
Yeah, it's very good at denying space too. You can even fake a sight hit by flushing it in, of course. Now, Trailblazer doesn't spot nice hacks. Recon doesn't spot him either, though, but, well, the shot's going to be heard, the sound cue. They know now that Nice Axe is somewhere around this shower area, and Seeker's now going to be popped with a Wildcard now to try and take this site. First initial kill traded by Infrequent, and the Hawk out. Sots, it's Yifeng taking another on to Infrequent. Spike will go down just in the nick of time. Wildcard now to hold it.
Oh no, Mike, you should have killed that player. But never mind, the rest of his team is here. Straight out of the zoo, they all chime in. A kill apiece. Duddy Boy coming out on top mainly. There's the Cosmic, there's the Orbital Strike, there's the Hunter's Fury. And just give the defuse the Punda, charge up the Showstopper a little bit more. And straight out of the zoo, they even it up 2-2.
And 2-2. Very much needed round for Sots. Not giving Wildcard an early lead just yet. Ultimates now secured by Duddy Boy and Yifeng. To the ultimate as well, you can see Wildcard, they've got the money to reinvest, so they're going to go for it. Swell, Guardian Light, Shield. You can see a ton of these players, of course, in the recent patch starting to adapt to this Guardian style of play, and it's still a very, very good gun. And of course, the price tag also being lowered down to $22.50. It's a very affordable rifle.
The Guardian, obviously it takes a very special player to make the most use of it, especially at this level of play. Although personally, I prefer the Bulldog because the extra $200, you know, that's util right there, depending on which agent you're playing. Straight out of the zoo, okay, on the defense, they've proven that they can strike back and they have ultimates now to assist them. Wildcard showing a lot of respect as they basically play the defaults and get intel, maybe get a few ult orbs as well.
And trading util gather for util gather. Trailblazer going to be seeing the Aldra, and the Aldra going to be seeing the Trailblazer. And Wildcard looking to set up for a potential B fake. They've got two invested in that hookah position. Knives not going to land here. And Mike, his camera's been destroyed, and it can't really see much over at this A site. Wall has been set up, and a rotational call here. Wildcard really playing with Sots and playing with their rotations early on.
I have a feeling that we could be seeing ultimates come out right now. Indeed, Yifeng pops the Hunter's Fury, trying to get some intel. He clears B, and then secure kill into Swirl. That's huge. Does Swirl lose his ultimate as well? He lost the Showstopper. That's money for value right there. And Mike, he does this a lot. He basically plays up close inside his cyber cage to basically deny the plant. He will get revealed though. But okay, Wildcard, they're still fighting, and they will secure the spike plant. The Orbital Strike, it's not going to do much, unfortunately.
Yeah, just deny space here. Infrequent denying space from Sots to get back into this site. It's left to Punda and Duddy Boy now. Punda does have the the blast packs to work with. Molly goes out towards the shower, and it's quite a low but stable Wildcard defense here. Infrequent just outside a U-Haul. Duddy Boy trying to flush him out, though. The Guiding Light comes in, and Duddy Boy's dead to right off the blind. RDW picks himself up another kill, and Wildcard, they secure themselves an 8 take there. A little bit dicey on the hit, but they managed to make it work.
I think in that situation, it would have been good for Australia the Zoo to just go for the save right off the bat, because it was a 2v4, if I remember correctly, and you're going up against RDW's Viper post plant. That toxic screen, right? He can drop it on and off at command, and then his teammates can peek out and go for the swings, as well as the post plant Viper snake bites. So Australia the Zoo, they didn't have any smokes, and Duddy Boy, he managed to use his molly, yes, to deny Shower's position for the time being, but it doesn't last very long, so there really wasn't a lot of room for Australia Zoo to play with. And now they are on a semi-force up here, a wild card. Okay, they're starting to just build a little bit of momentum and cash. I'll say that, as Nice Hacks does take the head off Infrequent, and that's the flash is gone.
That's a very nice kill to find there. It's the playmaker taken out Infrequent, known to set up the side hits with these flashes. Bombot goes out, scouts, and Sots, they've just got now a ton of intel and a ton of room to work with. Gonna be getting themselves back out through the shower, and Wildcard, they're trying to get themselves up through this short side, trying to wrap through U-Haul, though. Punda with a Hail Mary shot in the U-Haul, able to pick it up. Duddy Boy also going to be finding RDW. That's spiked down at A, only 2 members of Wildcard left for Sots to deal with.
Australia the Zoo, they're doing the right thing, I think, just getting intel and basically confirming the positions of the last 2 players of Wildcard, but they're not really committing to the fight just yet, because they know they have the man advantage. Just play the objective. Swirl, okay, really good to play here. Doesn't pay off as Duddy Boy guns him down. Duddy Boy, Hail Mary, bullets down range, confirms the final kill. And straight out of the Zoo, okay, neck and neck with Wildcard.
Some would say Hail Mary, some would say calculated play here from Sots, and well, they secure it to a 3-3, and well, Wildcard expecting a little bit less, and Sots coming with a little bit more into this game, but you can see Wildcard still money to invest, and they're going to go for another force into it. Stinger going to be out for RDW, though. They have the Viper's Pit, they've got the Cosmic Divide, and they've got the Seekers here to take, but Honda, he's got the Showstopper, and I'd hate to try and go towards this A site, but the Showstopper staring me down.
Yeah, well, Wildcard do have a few ultimates of their own. Seekers, Cosmic Divide as well. I think the idea here is for Wildcard, the team at least, they basically go onto a site, and then RDW comes, dumps that Viper Spit, and he can play inside close range with the Stinger. But, straight out of the Zoo, the 4-man gamble stack over towards B, this may pay off dividends.
Yifeng gonna be sending out the Aldrons, who scouts an early player. Isn't gonna expect so many though in Hookah. There's a few shots coming out. Duddy Boy gonna be falling off his position. RDW has spotted a few towards the back, or they're just pelting all of this util in from Wildcard. Now we see the Viper's Pit be popped. Don't get in my way. Wildcard are trying to take this B site there. Snake's bite onto Nice Hacks off of the vulnerable with the Viper's Pit. That is so well played. RDW's just playing with Sots. He can just hold this B site completely in the Viper's Pit, and well, Sots, they're going to have to try and rotate over towards A, where it's been completely left open.
No, RDW, he has a flank already. Yifeng couldn't see anything. Now he's trying to work into the Viper Spit as it goes down. RDW, though, he could be in the prime position for a backstab. Yifeng surely has made the call. Mike gets the shot down. Nice flick. Executes RDW. So out of the Zoo, you have a few ultimates on your hands, especially the Neural Theft. Prime time to use it, as well as the Showstopper on Punda. Although, Wildcard, Spike is down, and they're investing heavily into this round as well, despite being on the build of a force fight. Hold on, let's see it in action. 1-for-1 trade as Mike picks up Scroll over towards U-Hole. Infrequent flashes out. Unfortunately, it didn't get Mike, but Infrequent goes for the peak regardless, gets the kill, and Yifeng by himself, team captain, 1-on-2, low HP, has to land these shots right now. They know exactly where he is. Timer's ticking away, and Yifeng, yep, he's just lost his entry card onto the retake.
That was a very nice Nova Pulse there, placed to deny, and a tap there from Noz as he hears the footsteps walk up. Wildcard play it off of the utility in that round, and they find themselves a 4th as they try and push themselves back off of Sots, because of course this game looked very even, but now it's, you know, we look at the scoreboard, Infrequent and Noz really setting up beautifully here for Wildcard in these takes, and well, the numbers don't lie. 8-3 here for Infrequent, 7-3 for Noz, and Hunter's Fury available to now the Neural Theft, as you see from Sots, and they've invested a bucky into this round on Punda.
I'm surprised it's not the judge, really, as I think the judge nerf, it just doesn't quite seem to be value for money anymore. It's too close range and it's too expensive. The Bucky, next best thing for Punda. So, indirectly, it's nerfed Punda as well. And Wildcard, man, just investing a lot of util early on, just to clear these angles. But the spike still dropped outside this horn.
The spike just left out for Wildcard to pick up eventually, because of course they're trying to bait out a potential kill. Mysax has gone very deep here. Him and Mike are going for this little bit of a secret agent mission here, and Noz isn't going to expect it. A quick one taken, and they're just going to back off completely. That's huge. Now going over towards this A site, Punda in the U-Haul, playing point blank, and Wildcard, they're going to give him one, but immediately traded. 4v3, Wildcard still yet to get the spike down, and Swell's going to stick it. The molly's going to come out from Duddy Boy. Is it going to actually hit, though?
It misses World completely, and that's rather Zoo, okay? They have the man advantage on this retake. Not really any ultimates to help them, and Sign, look what he's playing. So far back with Hunter's Fury, and rather Zoo should know what's happening. Yeet Bang opens things up, Shock Dart takes down RDW. Swirl goes down, all down to Sign. Alright, newest pickup for Wildcard. Let's see you in action. Good for one, can't get the second, and that's it. Australia Zoo still neck and neck with Wildcard.
That was a smart play there from straight out of the Zoo. They identify that Wildcard, their A take a little bit weak this time around, and will capitalize off the numbers advantage. Just play smart and know that, you know, Swell in a bit of an off angle in that U-Haul is going to be taken out. And 4-4. I have to say, Duddy Boy and his Brimstone is starting to impress me a little bit more. He knows all the lineups, and you saw that Molly not quite hit its mark, but hopefully we'll see him adapt it a little bit more as the game goes.
Yeah, and Wildcard on the eco now. This game definitely not starting off the way they expected, I would assume. Strata Zoo, nice gravity well suck, and I think a vulnerable 2 players. The paint shot just a little bit too slow to do the damage.
And a little bit slow, just expecting them to walk up, but Wildcard, they've walked up through A here, they're not going to expect it. Oh, Punda, no. Met point blank by Sheriff of RDW. He's the Sheriff around these parts, those sots. Take a few eco kills at long, but Wildcard, they found themselves at A. They could secure a plant, pick up the judge, and just look to play for the time here. They're just not around. You expect Wildcard to get this spike down, and sots, they're going to have to give it up.
Yeah, look, if Punda had the Bucky there, he would have won the engagement single-handedly. Nice util usage, but look, Giant is right around the corner, and that's the judge nerf coming into action. Good for one, but can't get the second of that range onto Mike. All down to Nons, got a frenzy to play with, and the fire rate boost. My God, that was so one-sided as Nons gets folded in half. And straight out of the Zoo, I think this is the first time they've taken the lead now in this game.
Yeah, starting to fight neck and neck here with Wildcard, and well, as you said, best of one's prone to a little bit upset heavy, and Sot's one of the upset heavy teams to do it, of course, in the recent times, especially over in the last few closed qualifiers. Sots have been, you know, a bit of a dark horse, and you can't really count them out here. Wildcard now under the pressure early on in this first half as Sots, they take themselves around lead and looking to build it into a little bit more. They've got the orbital strike available. They've got the knives here for Nysax, and maybe we start to see him entry onto this attack side.
You know, despite everything, since the game is so back and forth, neither team has really had the time to build up a stronger economy. So, look, Wildcard, they can absolutely strike back anytime they wish. But like you mentioned, upset Kings a little bit straight out of the Zoo. And the thing is, they are unpredictable, and their timings are super fast as well. A few rounds ago, we saw Wildcard, they had B-long aggression, and the moment they stepped away, straight out of the Zoo, they instantly push and manage to catch out Noz, the Astra, a crucial agent on the rotation over to A. It's just these small things that Wildcard has to adapt to and basically play to the rhythm of straight out of the Zoo. This time though, Punda, no judge, has a rifle. He's worked himself into that corner, but signs, okay, Recon Aldrin gets destroyed by Nysax. Nice covering fire for his teammate. And this time Punda, value for money, good for one, but hell, he's stuck in the corner. They can't really escape out, and it's getting barreled down. The second will have been the cherry on top, but unfortunately fights up forward and he can shoot, does go down. And straight out of the Zoo, they're still staying on B.
I guess a small micro there as well from Punda, the paint shell, the blast pack to throw off the aim a little bit and keep himself alive for a little bit longer there. The camera from Mike as the incel is given, and We'll stop Wildcard for the moment. They will try and get the spike down, but there goes the orbital strike. You can see it playing a key role in denying it. Time is ticking of the essence now, 15 seconds, and they're trying to peek into Sots, but Sots are just holding their ground. No spike can be planted if Sots are just waiting at the doorstep and then busting the door open. 6-4. Now Sots take a 2-round lead in this first half.
Okay, throughout the zoo, they're starting to build up the economy and momentum now. Definitely unexpected. Wildcard just seem to be unable to break this defense of Straight Out of the Zoo that's just changing all the time. And plus, I like these micro things from Straight Out of the Zoo as well. Over there, when Dirty Boy used the orbital strike onto the default plant spot, Yifeng just started spraying bullets down range. And basically, it was a bit of a gamble. Either Wildcard, they get off of the plants over towards long, or they push deeper onto the side. And that was what Yifeng was covering for. This time, though, nice axe, nice opener. No respect for the utility, gets that initial opening frag, and Wildcard on the eco, they've already lost one of their star players.
Yeah, that's Swirl taken out of the mix, and, well, anything they can find is anything. Sots, it's going to be Dirty Boy taking out RDW. Of course, it's eco for Wildcard, but if they can steal away a gun or two, it'd be more than likely. Yifeng, though, going on a bit of a solo mission, taking out Infrequent. That spike down and attackers spawn here for Wildcard. So now it's just Signed and Noz. Ex-Overwatch professionals. Face down the ex-Overwatch professional in Yifeng. And face down 5 members of Sots here on this B-hole. That's a very nice recon dart.
I like the really aggressive Cypher traps as well from Mike. He just gives them that preemptive information. And now it's a flawless round coming out from Straight Out of the Zoo. This is starting to look a little bit clinical. If you're a Wildcard fan, start sweating.
Definitely am starting to sweat for them. Wildcard looking a little bit out of sorts on this attack side here. Sots just might have been putting in a lot more prac than we were expecting. They've done their homework heavy. 7-4, a very favorable lead going into this first half of Bind, and now it's Wildcard. 5 ultimates in this last round of the half, 3 ultimates available for Sots, and this is the Odin coming in, pelting bullets towards the short hit to deny Wildcard any sort of pressure put early on.
So everything's being used at the same time. So many ultimates, and Wildcard, they want to win this round. Although nice hacks, he's still lurking around on site, confirms that trade back. Yifeng hunts his free. This is going to be huge. Okay, he's just hitting the dead body. But I think he managed to tag up a few players there. As RDW considered dumping the Viper Spit over towards A. Doesn't manage to get the timing down though. Cosmic Divide, it's been burned to really no avail, and Wildcard, they still have to fight to take back the site, and Australia Zoo, all the players are here.
This is looking really out of sorts in Wildcard. Few low HP bars, but they're making it work. A double on that shock dart, as we said. Yifeng, a key individual player here for Sots. He now has to tend with 2. RDW quite low, trying to stick that play. Yifeng swings out wide, but Swell's there for the trade. He keeps Wildcard's hopes and dreams alive as the last round goes to Wildcard. 5-7. Still in favor of Sots now going towards this attack side.
That was almost a huge clutch from Yifeng. Another one of those really clutch players for Straight Out of the Zoo. And that situation there, when he finally had the recon arrow online, like that was almost perfectly genius, right? He got that kill over towards no, he didn't get the kill in U-Haul, but that double shock dart, that was just really lucky of him. But then in the Viper's Pit, he shot the recon arrow outside of it, so basically it would guarantee no one is outside. So that means they have to be playing inside the Viper's Pit for him to challenge. Good initial opener onto RDW, but couldn't quite get the secondary kill onto Swirl, who probably had the advantage as that was his teammates' Viper's Pit. But overall, that was neck and neck, despite the 2v1 advantage for Wildcard. This time, though, on the defense, Wildcard, this is interesting. Quadra stack out over towards B, and Yifeng is not fighting.
No, he's not fighting. He sees one. He can hear the footsteps of many more. Wildcard doing some early damage, using the poison orb there from RDW to cover themselves on that push. And Sots, for the moment, playing very default and, well, maybe expecting a push like that to come out from Wildcard. Might have been doing a little bit more of their homework. Swell being grouped back up with his teammates here, and Sots, they can still go anywhere on this map. 2 players over at A, 3 towards B here for Wildcard, and, well, they've got a very, very tagged up IGL in Yifeng.
Well, it's fine, you know. Just be the util man for your team, saving the recon hour for the inevitable post plant, I would say. Although, wildcard, the information isolation, they managed to basically fake out the Zoo. They're all on the A side, and Yifeng, he's hearing the sounds of util come down. He's calling for a mad hail of backup. And the Zoo, one by one, they'll be rotating over. Okay.
Yeah. Ooh, bit of trigonometry being shown by Sign there. It actually flushes Duddy Boy into the paint shells. That's a nice bit of utility combo here from Wildcard. You can see a bit of post playing on the defense here, infrequent. Able to take out Mike too. It's left to Nice Axe and a low Yifeng here. Yifeng though holding short, gets the dink on RDW. And now Nice Axe is just holding it down. Yifeng found another through the smoke on RDW. Nice Axe just playing for time. And now it's up to Yifeng, the clutch minister, the recon dart to come out. Niles, though, to pelt him with the bullets through the box. Very close. The Wildcard are able to stabilize. 6th round on the board. Yifeng almost going huge there again, this time towards short.
Not gonna lie, earlier on, I got my sides mixed up a little bit. It's Wildcard now on the defense after, remember that. It was Signed, actually, who threw out that trigonometry shock dart. Didn't really get too much out of it, but did indeed indirectly affect that kill from Swirl. Okay, now rather Zoo. They had a small lead initially. This time, though, it will be them on the eco, Wildcard to play the anti-eco with SMGs to go all the way. And, well, here comes our neck-and-neck game again.
Yeah, it's still close affairs for both these rosters here. Infrequent, though, securing halfway to the trackers. Here's Sots. Of course, going to be a few pistols purchased, but not all too much. Wildcard, full shields, full Spectres across the board. Infrequent with a nice Trailblazer, and actually is going to get the bite down onto Nice Axe. He's concussed for the moment. And Sots, though, understand that maybe Wildcard want to get this round over and dusted, of course, only on an eco for Sots. Any kills they could find would be a bonus. If they can find a plant, that's just more than enough here. Toxic screen goes up, and on Wildcard, they're going to have to be ever so careful. There is 3 outside of this B site waiting to go.
Nice flash of Infrequent. Okay, he was a little bit greedy there for the swing, I would say. But nice cloud burst there to basically save Punda from Nice Hacks. Okay. Time is running down, and Wildcard, they don't have a lot of intel. Oh, Infrequent there, almost getting taken down by Nice Hacks. Obviously had the bigger gun. Daddy Boy, only a classic. Wow, that's just a freebie for RDW. So they're running out of time. They're barreling back, and nice running headshot. But Wildcard still holding steady, no stress whatsoever. Yifeng walks into the domain of RDW and trade positions. What in the world? Spike is down low. RDW has probably no idea. Okay, he's going to catch the back of Yifeng.
One enemy remaining.
Yep. There it is. RDW turns over. Spike is turned over to the possession of Wildcard. It's just poor Mike to try and do something. He jumps down, gets a heavy bit of damage at RDW, but RDW pulls out Sheriff. Close range combat. 7th round, evened back up on the scoreboard here. Well, Wildcard start the first 2 off on defense really, really well. It's now Sots to a buy, Wildcard to a bonus, and you know, the track is almost available here for Infrequent.
Yeah, almost on the defense. So I suppose if they can secure it for him, they can get some nice intel. But then again, on Bind, the rotations across the map are so quick, you can just take a TP. But Wildcard, okay, pulling a page out of maybe straight out of Zoo's playbook. Well, actually, it's their own playbook. The Quadra Peek out from Hookah, perhaps. And Punda, okay, here's a gunfire from 1. Spots out a 2nd. Don't get flashed.
Ooh.
By himself, just gets absolutely gunned down straight out of the Zoo.
Oh!
They've taken the bite. And Wildcard, they're just winning this bonus.
It's this 4 stack in Hookah that Sots not going to expect time and time again. Wildcard showing adaptability to the play. Nice Axe out through U-Haul. Could be looking to push onto this A site. As on Wildcard, they've just left Signed over here. This is, as we said, bonus round for Wildcard. We get to see another dart lined up here. Signed. It's not going to land this time. Mike is aware of it. Spike goes down. Nice Hacks getting aggressive there, finding Swirl, and Signed needs to be very careful. He's going to be backed up by Noz in a second, but Sots, they're just playing with the room. They're playing with the fights. Is it's a 3v3 here now for Wildcard to try and retake.
Yeah, Mike here's a Cypher Traps to watch the flank. One gets popped. He's probably made the call. Yifeng's watching it. Nicex gets one. Not quite looking the right way, though, as Wildcard Noz does catch him looking elsewhere. Yifeng has the Guardian. But Mike, he's just locking down the site. Easy one. Running away with it.
Oh.
Triple kill for a Mike. RDW goes down. Okay. If Wildcard won the bonus, that would have been fantastic. But straight out of the zoo, they take it back. And they lost 3 rifles, so it's not awful. A 4th would have been disastrous, but they should be able to strike back and go toe-to-toe with Wildcard.
Yeah, Sots, Mike with that 3k securing the neural theft now to work with. Nice hacks one off the knives, and we can see he might look to go for it. Heavily positioned outside of that shower. Stars being put up early here by Noz, just spread about the map, double over towards the shower, because he knows that Sots really want to go for this ultimate orb here. Niceax is looking for it. He's looking for the recon dart early on. Yifeng, not going to send it this time.
What is that recon arrow? Oh, sorry. I thought it was attached to thin air. Niceax, yeah, I suppose they had that read down for a wild card, but surprise is Niceax has a Vandal.
Oh.
That's a lot of damage done to Signed, and now Pain Shell to come through as well. Not quite deep enough. As Niceax finally pushes through. The timing is not just catching Wildcard off guard. Mike strikes onto RDW. Now they've lost their Viper's toxic screen. Seekers have them deployed, and straight out of the zoo, this is going over towards B, with Punda staying inside the TP, waiting for someone to come through, and Signed may fall victim.
This is a very smart adaptation here from Sots. You saw the A hit, you know, the players started to rotate over from Wildcard. They did get the first initial 2 duels, and they just backed off completely. Took the teleporter, forced Wildcard to rotate, and infrequent. And the rest of Wildcard was a wire there just to bait for it. And you can see they don't know where Sots are. They're all over at this B site. The overheal to come out, and I'd expect to see a Wildcard save here in the spawn of Sots.
Yeah, probably. You don't want to be playing against like a 3-on-5 post plant in which Strathers who have had so much time to set up solid positions. And plus that single Cypher Trap from Mike, look at how much respect Wildcard gave. They thought that maybe he was lurking around, still in the back lines, and infrequent. He wasn't daring to break it and push without his teammates coming to back him up. So Wildcard, they understand the kind of situation they're under now. They're down by 2 rounds, and they have to show mad respect and play their best game against Straight Outta the Zoo.
Yeah, Wildcard now to a bye, and Sots, well, starting to stack up their cash heavily here. You can see 5.3k here for Mike, 4.4 here for Duddy Boy. They're really got a ton of money to work with and a ton of rounds as well to work with. This is up to Wildcard, and, well, a bit of a half buy to come out for a few of them. Spectre Light Shield for Noz, and almost to the Cosmic Divide. But Sots, they've got the knives. They've got Infrequent to deal with here. He's jump peeking, just scouting for a bit of intel here towards Long, and Sots, they know and can hear the sound cues that there's a player coming in just a moment.
Look at the Zoo. I think they're very capable of course, like changing the speed of how they play. They can go really fast, they can go a lot slower, and now they're just fully standing still playing the defaults. It just keeps Wildcard on their toes. And now RDW, he's placed a defensive Viper wall on the A sites because they have to hold the sites. They can't really read straight out the Zoo. They could be lurking around any corner. And Wildcard, well, it's a bit of an understatement to say they sort of need to win this round. Their economy is basically dead broke.
Yeah, they're forced into this one. Knives available for Niceax as he looks to approach through the shower line there. Spotting out Swirl, spotting out the Bomber. And of course, the Toxic Orb goes up. A little bit of a one-way in the shower. Niceax going to be pelted with a little bit of damage here. Sots, even with all the Viper util down here from RDW, Punda finding it over the top through the smoke, and Toxic Screen down, the Toxic Orb down. Now this is Sots A site to take with 20 seconds here. Everybody from Wildcard except Noz outside of this site. Flash comes in, fully blind here. Sots now trying to play for the duels. Duddy Boy taking out Signed, and Wildcard losing members rapidly here.
They're just falling one by one. They're getting picked off. That team flash on the 2 players, and U-Hold, that didn't help either. Noz's team captain by himself, a Spectre in hand. Their economy's flat broke, and straight out of the Zoo, this is their time to win.
This is their time to put double digits and spill that over into a game. Maybe send Wildcard down to that lower bracket. And as we said, best of ones
It happens.
known for some crazy upsets here. And well, Sots, they look to make that maybe a reality. They've got, of course, a few more rounds to try and claim here. Wildcard, they're going to need most of them here to try and claim their way back in. Nice axe with a sharp shot to close it. And Sots secure themselves now. Double digits, 10-7 here. And this is not what we expected to see out of Wildcard. As we said, the second best team in the country. And Sots are looking to do it to them early on here in this opening stage best of one.
Well, let's say continent, because signed he is in New Zealand after all. Maybe more. Don't quote me on that, though. Okay, Wildcard, they've called their tactical timeout. Teams, you always get 1 minute each per half. So use it. And now at this point, this is the perfect timing. Just stop, breathe, and focus. Having the coach talk to him a little bit, try to figure out what's going on. Because straight out of the zoo, you know, double digits have been reached. They have a strong economy. And Wildcard, not like this. You said it. Second best team in the continent. How can they be upset by straight out of the zoo? This is good as well, the timeout, to basically break the momentum of straight out of the zoo. It's a mental thing as well. As long as you can keep your mental game above the line, I would say, that's half the game already won.
Yeah, and a few of these players, especially maybe a little bit emotional right now, because Wildcard, they're definitely under the pressure here. Sots, they're feeling very good about themselves. Nice act. He's put up numbers here, and that's what we wanted to see here from Sots if they really wanted to answer here against Wildcard. 16-11, still has the knives to work with here, and of course, Duddy Boy has the orbital to set up for the space here. And, well, Wildcard, as we said, their money quite broke, but they're still going to be investing a few pistols into this one.
Yeah, look, I want to put it past them. They are sharp players. They can get a few nasty headshots off. But Ponda, you know, despite being sort of quiet this round, only on 8 kills, nice axe leading the charge, Ponda, some of his kills are still very impactful. Like that previous opener over towards the A site there, I would like to assume he saw the outline of RDW. If he didn't, it was a hugely impactful kill. That's your Viper util gone for Wildcard, and that's huge. No snake bites either. This time, though, on the flip side, sorry, for Wildcard, Swirl, a player you really expect to be putting up hard numbers, especially on Raze. I don't know, man. Just 9 kills. I mean, it's pretty neck and neck with the rest of his team here. They need more. They need more.
Yeah, they need Swirl to pump them with some life here, because, of course, the side of Sots, they've got plenty of breathing room to work with. You can see a double push going down towards the lower side of B middle here, and Sots, they're setting themselves up for an A hit, but they have to be cautious here, because they're getting backstabbed by Infrequent there. He takes out Duddy Boy, but Punda with a wallbang to trade it back into the favor of Sots. They're still trying to go towards his A site, but they might be looking to tempt it over towards B if they can find this flank kill, though. They found RDW. That's the telltale sign to go towards A.
Flying Ponda, just dashing onto the site. There's the opener. Swirl's gone. Sign. He shoots, and his position is revealed. Ponda, once again, sailing onto the ATV. Flanks around, gets that kill. All down to Nos. Team captain again. Similar situation. 1-on-3. Cosmic Divide and 1 star to play with. Good starts are onto Nice Hacks, Mouse Rather Zoo, Yifeng and Mike. They should play the numbers advantage. Go for the trade. Stick with each other.
And the Nebula's being placed out there. The Nova Pulse and the Dart to come out. Well placed from Yifeng, because he knows all of his lineups. He knows his trigonometry. It's well immersed in the math, and he knows that 2v1, they can't possibly lose this. But Noz, he finds Yifeng. Mike's just going to play for the time. He's just going to play for the stick. He knows that the time is of the essence, and Noz is going to be falling. Mike to secure 11 rounds now here for Sots, but that was scary close there. Noz almost had that.
Almost, but Mike thankfully had the mental game down. He wasn't convinced that Nos was sticking it. And to be honest here, I think if Nos just went for the pros don't fake approach and stuck the defuse from the get-go, he may have won that round. And Yifeng, you know, peppering bullets down range, maybe that wasn't quite the play to go. Yes, it was like, I don't know, pre-firing the angle, I suppose, but it just gave Nos the exact pinpoint location of where Yifeng was playing. Now, Wildcard, back onto another buy, but make no mistake, Tony, they lose this, back onto another eco. Straight out of the zoo, already at 11 rounds.
Yeah, this would be, of course, an eco at match point here for Sots. 2 darts coming out early on. You can see a lot of early presence at this B site here for Wildcard, because they potentially might have read Sots a little bit on their attack side, going for aggressive plays towards Long here. And, well, Long presence secured here. Up towards Garden goes Nice Axes. Infrequent holding this offline with Side going for a bit of a jump pick here. Our drone comes out and they haven't spotted Infrequent in this corner though. Good thing Nice Axe checks it. Plunder goes over the top with a showstopper. Doesn't actually land its mark. Noz takes out Punda before they can get into this site. Mike, a crucial trade here is Sots. They lose too many early members on that engagement here, and Wildcard, they might look to hold strong on this B site.
That one small thing, discipline. You didn't fully clear the angle, and this is the result. That was basically just a downward slope. But Nasser the Zoo, I think they are still in this. They have utility left over. You still have the orbital strike.
30 seconds left.
And the spike will get confirmed. They know where Infrequent is from the guiding light, and Wildcard scrambling over the defense. Now Mike has to hold down the hookah angle. Interesting ultimate being used by RDW. Squirrel takes down Mike, and now Australia Zoo, the odds are starting to get stacked against them.
Here it is. You can see why we love to see a Brimstone here. The post plant Molly comes out. He's even got the orbital strike to deny it. Time is of the essence there. Orbital comes down. And this is Wildcard running out of air at the moment. Sots are suffocating them under the pressure here. Swirl gonna be sticking the defuse here. RDW pulls up the toxic screen there, trying to stall for time. They run out of it. Sots, they lose that round to Wildcard. That's a much needed one because, as we said, the economy isn't in the most healthier positions here for Wildcard. Sots, still plenty of money to work with, still plenty of room to work with, and well, now 11-8 on the scoreboard here. Wildcard need a few more of those rounds.
And the toxic screen there from RDW, I'm amazed he actually managed to get into a position to throw it out and be long. And that's right, I suppose it's a little bit of a fault on their part for not challenging it early on, because in that specific scenario, it worked out. And Daddy Boy probably should have expected the player to be playing behind the toxic screen. So, Wildcard, they're still keeping Australia Zoo on their toes, not letting them get the upset this easily. But let's see Australia Zoo, what they can sort of find back now in this round. Showers control, heavily contested.
Yeah, you can see the camera goes up from Mike, but immediately goes down from Swell. So he expects a little bit more than just a member. Nice hacks slowly with this approach with the operator, though. He's going to be toxic screened off. And he's going to receive another Nebula here from Wildcard. They really want to cover that short side. Sots, they really want to go towards A here. Double stack in the shower. Swell and, of course, RDW hand in hand to hold down this A side. But that our drone scouts for Incel. And Hunter's Fury pops here. Swell, though, bouncing around, able to avoid it. There's now 45 seconds here. Sots still trying to go towards A, but Wildcard have tested their pressure.
Squirrel, he's one off of the showstopper as well, and that's all his blast packs use, so he's going to have to use it dry on the ground. Squirrel, though, has a better angle, just takes down Mike, and Australia Zoo, they're starting to struggle just a little bit. Utility bombardment from Wildcard, and they're holding this push out of A. Nice hacks, gets pinched out of the air like a clay pigeon. Noz is playing behind the Nebula, Punda walks right into it, down to Yifang. You gotta save this, man. There's no sense of throwing a gun away.
He just wants to go for the kills here, and gives away the gun. Wildcard, they're giving a round in their favor. 9 now to 11. Still one off the match point for Sots. And Wildcard starting to get back there slowly themselves.
This is good. I think the tactical timeout really did work favors for Wildcard. I think they did lose one round after it, but then straight afterwards, you know, they're bouncing back. They're making it very competitive. And this is the closest game we've had all night. Straight out of the zoo, now or never, this is the time to call your timeout. Just break the momentum, the mental momentum at least for Wildcard, and try to figure out what's going wrong with your takes.
You can see that recon scouts too here. Nice hacks and Duddy spotted here, but infrequent. Missed opportunity with those first few shots, and Duddy, nice hacks. Call to arms here as the blast pack goes across. Punda with the Spectre lineup of the Sentry, but can't quite land all the bullets he needed. Signed to take 2 to try and hold this B site down. Shock dart point blank, taken down to 37. And this is Sots B site now to be claimed. A low HP mine on signed. RDW looking for a bit of a wallbang. Does tag up Duddy Boy. Now Sots have the post plant position to work with. It's Wildcard to try and swing this one back into their favor yet again.
They have utility though. There's Hunter's Fury ultimate. Of course, you can probably use that to clear either long or hookah. Although Straight out of the Zoo also have post plants lineup. Oh my god, blast cannon a bit. How do you get away with that? Ego sign reads the lineup from Duddy Boy. It's all down to Yi Fang, 100 HP. Yes, indeed. As well, he's holding the showstopper left, right. Good night. As it doesn't quite manage to take down Yi Fang, but signed confirms the kill. Quadra for him. Okay, 10 to 11 now, and it's an eco, if I'm correct, for Straight Out of the Zoo.
That is an eco here for Straight Out of the Zoo. Wildcard using their utility here. Guess not. They're going to go for the purchase here. They've got, more cash than we expected to see. Might, of course, that's the neural theft, but I have to say, signed. That was such a well-timed Hunter's Fury there. Denies the molly coming out, denies the stall of time here for Sots is what they're trying to go for with his Brimstone. And, well, now 11 to 10. A little bit closer than we expected. And Sots still one in their favor. This round, it's truly necessary to which way this game will swing.
Signed, there's a reason why he's heralded as one of the best Sovers in OCE. Just the fact that he's done his homework to that extent, he knows exactly where Dusty Boy's Brimstone lineup is coming from. And I suppose that's why you also need to have multiple lineups to an extent, just diversify a little bit. Straight Out of the Zoo, starting to, just feeling a little bit of sweat right now as Wildcard. They've mounted a 3-round comeback back-to-back. Signed has the operator already pulled out. Straight Out of the Zoo. This is the slowest round we've seen in a while.
You can definitely sense all the pressure starting to amount here. Sots, it was 11-7 at one point. They've let the lead slip just one round. And Wildcard could be back into this game and back to a tied scoreline. We've seen it go close so far. And Wildcard definitely not wanting to give up this opening best of one here to Sots. Our drone spotted and our drone treated here by Signed. As Sots look to group themselves up with 30 seconds over towards this B site. And spotted and frequent at a perfect time, but they're not going to find the kill.
No, they're not. And Nas is going to basically try to hold them by himself. Pull the sprays out frequent through the smoke. Nas good for a 1. Gets traded out instantly. Straight Out of the Zoo. Finally, they strike, and this B site take is good. Neural Death confirms the locations of the last 3 players of Wildcard. And the Wildcard, man, just go for it, I guess. But Straight Out of the Zoo, they should have the advantage in this round. Nice Axe, good Cloud Burst. He's managed to reposition. However, he's in a bit of a tough spot here as he can't get anything done. The Wildcard, they've made the numbers even. And look where Duddy Boy is again. Same open position with the post-plant lineup. However, this time there's no ultimates to deny him. Mike, good timing. Executes RDW. He was just running so deep in. Here comes the Molotov and Wildcard. They're just running around like headless chickens. Their heads are getting chopped right off. Signed by himself. Pinched from a trifecta of angles. Mike, yeah, extreme prejudice. Guarantee Straight Out of the Zoo the match points.
That's, I guess, as well, the credit of Sots, Yafang calling for Mike to play in that elbow and just Wildcard weren't expecting him there. He was able to get the first. Then Yafang sends out the recon. They play the post plant with the molly as well from Duddy Boy. Sots just playing it absolutely beautifully on the timing there, and you can see now match point here for Sots. Wildcard, everything invested into this one. They've still got to buy. Operator out now for infrequent on the Sky, and we haven't seen all too many Skies operate, but when you need it, you need it. Sots outside of A here, and looking to hit it quick here with the Owl drone.
Okay, Squirrel, he's sort of isolated right there with his little buddy RDW trying to lock down showers. That's good at least, but Duddy Boy, he's not taking the base. He's just going to wait for them to turn around probably and can maybe timing them. Spikes down, 5-on-5 post plant. Actually going to love this as Nice Axe makes it a little bit easier for him. It's a double on front triple. Nice Axe single-handedly is delivering basically the win to Straight Out of the Zoo. The man advantage is theirs, and the spike gets ticked away a little bit. Squirrel's getting a little bit too thirsty there. Nice Axe on board, over the ace. And RDW denies him of it. But look, 1v2 now. No util to play with. This is a tall order. And I think Straight Out of the Zoo have done it. The upset kings in the best of one. Wildcard has been thrown down into the lower bracket. That's it.
Time is of the essence, Artie. Just maybe look at the stat pad there. You saw the snake spike to the heaven. Able to get the right click with the classic. But he's going to fall. Yafang, the GG's are called, and Sots pull off the victory here, the upset here against Wildcard. 13-10 on Bind, and not what we were expected to see here, Digital.
I'll be honest, I sort of felt this deep in my heart. I thought Straight Out of the Zoo, they could honestly take home the win. Not because I'm biased at all, but just because I know they have this unpredictability, the X factor on this team to basically upset any bigger names. Well, against Order, it's a little bit different. But then again, not too long ago, they managed to go, what was it, 13-11 on Ascent, Australia Zoo's best map, by the way. So they can definitely dance with the best. Well, it's a best of one. Thank God, once again, it's double Elam because Wildcard, they're not out of it just yet, but they will go into the lower bracket to fight it out in a further best of 3.
Yeah, there's a ton of scary teams already down in that lower bracket. We saw, of course, Mind Freak and August recently depart down there, and Sots claiming themselves an upper bracket spot here. This is very, very good for them. Of course, they'll have to face the victor here of Bliss Villains just next, but my God, a colossal performance here from Nice Hacks. 21-17, first bloods of 5 here with Punda, 4 on his board, and Mike also showing a ton of prowess on that Cypher.
Indeed. Now, Mike, in the past for Australia Zoo, when they first started off, he was a little bit of a slower player, but it's nice to see him really putting in the hours and starting to, improve his gameplay, starting to put more numbers up on the scoreboard. Also, the fact that he is main Cypher since the beginning of time. The stars align, and Cypher being slightly buffed a little bit to an extent with his ultimate being 6 points, it favors Mike even more. Dirty Boy, however, we've seen him play really nicely. He's had moments of brilliance, but however, being on Brimstone perhaps not his ideal choice as opposed to Omen or Astra. He played more for the meta, the post plants with the utility. As a result, he was a little bit quiet, but he still got the job done, and that's what matters. But Nice Hacks and Punda, the double duelists, they did their jobs. Even though Punda was a little bit quiet initially, he still managed to get those first bloods, those impact frags, along with Nice Hacks, who went absolutely I was going to say bombastic, but atomic in that final round there, nearly getting the ace. And this is how the cookie crumbles for Wildcard.
Yeah, and of course, though it's not all grey skies here for Wildcard, they showed a ton of potential there. Infrequent on the Sky, of course, and Noz also on the Astra here in a very, very unfortunate circumstance there. Swell not quite able to get forward. Maybe a bit of first qualifier game issues here for the side of Wildcard, but well played overall here. Sots will be moving on to the upper bracket. That's Wildcard now bowing to the lower bracket. But, of course, we've got one more game for you this evening. It's Bliss v Villains just after this break. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We'll be back before you know it.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour Stage 3 Closed Qualifiers 1. I'm Digital Cast, William Zhang. Along with me, Two-Tap Tony, Anthony McMullen, and well, okay, we saw probably one of the best games and the biggest upset of tonight easily just then.
Yeah, one of the craziest games we've seen overall in the closed qualifiers. SOTS going toe-to-toe with Wildcard and actually coming out on top against the reigning champions here in the Stage 3 close qualifiers, of course, but you know, it's a little bit of an interesting one overall. Of course, as we now look over towards our bracket here, as the way we now look see SOTS take this upper bracket, of course, position here and sends Wildcard down to that losers bracket where, you know, it's now going to be a story of who's going to be victim to Wildcard's revenge story.
Oh, well, hopefully they do manage to find revenge. But hey, look, against this current matchup, it will be Team Bliss and Villains Esports. So one of these two teams will have to play against the Wildcard, like you said earlier, the reigning champs in the losers bracket. That's a bit daunting. So I'm sure both of these teams in this best of one are going to give it their all to move up further to play Stratler Zoo instead, in which, Stratler Zoo can be a little bit inconsistent. In best of 3, though, it's still a tall task, but it can be done. But yeah, Tony, so look, Team Bliss versus Villains Esports. I know you know Team Bliss a lot better than I do, but let's hear your thoughts about this matchup.
Yeah, this is, I guess, a little bit of a rematch for the Autumn Cup. Of course, a little bit of a rematch in terms of it was old Villains. Before, of course, they were Villains. They were Tyrant Esports before then, and that's when they had Orange Pearl still on their roster, of course. Now, Orange Pearl recently departing there for the side of Villains, of course, going to be bringing in their new core of 5 as well. Bliss bringing in their new core of 5 here, Azo, and it's looked a little bit crazy, of course, as we now look over to Bliss's starting lineup here. It's a little bit of an interesting one. We've now got Azo in the mix here.
Yeah, Azo, the newest pickup, I suppose, of Bliss ever since Ronsky departed. And can he feel the firepower that Bliss maybe, they have lost? Okay, Easy, Fletcher's Major, Junglewell, and Azo. You know them, and they played very well in the Autumn Cup, I believe.
Yes, Freshest really starting to put the pressure on. King of Clutch, as we've seen so many times from Jungle, starting to put up a massive result here for Bliss, but of course, for the side, they're facing down a little bit of an upstart team themselves. Villains, qualifying here through the, of course, open qualify now to the closed here. And look at that roster. Pocket, Marsh, Suave, Myth, and Prophet to fill out this core of 5 for Villains. It's a crazy roster on paper, but of course, they're going to have to go crazy against Bliss this evening because Bliss, they're a little bit of a stack roster themselves.
They are stacks, but I have to say that recently they have shown a little bit of weakness, slight inconsistencies. But hey, Villains being this core 5, I think they can go all the way. Let's take a look at the head-to-heads of these two teams as well. So, Team Bliss, they do have Major, Bernard Chow, strong player, versus Pocket, an absolute pop-off player.
Pocket, we've seen it time and time again on the Phoenix. He is very crucial in entering these sites for Villains and really setting up the space that they seem to use to their success. Bliss, of course, we've seen them a little bit shaky in recent times, especially with the departure of Ronsky. A little bit of a downgrade, but Ronsky, a little bit of an upgrade for the Peace roster, especially.
And also, guys, we managed to catch up with Marsh, the team captain of Villains Esports, a little bit before the game. So let's just hear what he has to say about his team and the matchups.
I'm Marsh and I play for Villains Esports. We're formerly known as Tyrant, so we had the orgs had a merger, so I think we played the last VOT, I think we came 9th or 10th, so I think we didn't make it into the close calls. That was the second close calls, that is. But I think in this stage 3, it's our first appearance, yeah. We started with our core 5 of Pocket, Myth, myself, Orange Pearl, and Suave. And only recently did we make one change with Prophet coming in place of Orange Pearl, which was a very recent change, and we haven't had a crazy amount of prac with him yet. Look, I think the best thing is to go in confident, and I think we are. A lot of the players are very confident in their abilities through just showing to themselves that we're able to compete with these top dogs, which I think is really important going into these officials with that confidence, and then I think it's the main thing. So I think we are pretty confident. I think Peace looks like a good roster that's up and coming. They've got some really sharp players on there, and they're super unpredictable in the way some of those players play. So I think they would be a tough team. So we're going to use all of the matches as a really good practice. But I think as we are now, we can definitely compete with some of the top teams. And if we're on that day, we can make a couple upsets and make it into the top 4.
So yeah, very nice lad there. Marsh, well-spoken. I've spoken to him a few times, and he's always been super polite, even guest starred as a co-caster in the university tournament for New Zealand not too long ago. And you heard him. The thing is, being the underdogs, at least coming into this tournament, they have nothing to lose, everything to prove. And the map they will be playing against Bliss in the best of 1 will be Haven.
Yeah, Haven, a bit of an interesting pick, and as you heard from Marsh, confidence is key here for Villains, going against some of these more overstacked and very scary teams, at least in their eyes. And, we saw Bliss and, of course, this Villains roster go toe-to-toe in the early stages of the Autumn Cup. It was very close, to say the least. I believe a 2-1 to Bliss, but Villains were able to take them in a very close overtime on Icebox, of course. Haven, though, being picked a little bit of an interesting one. Bliss, very favorable on that map, but so are Villains.
Yeah, indeed. And once again, I hate to say this and sound like a broken record, but Team Bliss, they've been around for ages. They should have a lot of VODs of them playing on Haven. Villains, do they have any VODs? I don't really think so. So Villains, they have every advantage coming to this information-wise to figure out just exactly how Team Bliss likes to play and likes to set up on Haven. Okay, so Agent picks are sort of on the way. You can hear the tapping again. The Villains starting off on defense and Team Bliss starting off on the attack. The more favored side of Haven and Easy locking in the Killjoy. This is post-nerf, by the way, to an extent. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of teams now start to favor that Cypher as well, and especially a ton of teams look towards the Omen even before the Astra, but, you know, Astra's still a comfort pick for a few of these players. I definitely know Suave, very key in the clutch as well, very key on the smoke rolls here for Villains, and this is going to be an interesting one. Haven, and as we said, a very favorable map for both sides, of course. We look at the recent results, though. Villains not too great. Bliss, an 88% win rate overall on this map. It's one of their best.
Well, at least that's on paper, but then again, is this Team Bliss with Ronsky, or is this Team Bliss now with Azo? Because that may be the difference maker. One player is all it takes. Okay, now, Team Bliss. I mean, all the teams, they have to play the Astra. That's stock standard. Major on the Jet, as opposed to Prophet as well. Nice to see that. But Pocket, we talked about him, the star player for Villains Esports on the Phoenix. I want to see him go monstrous, using that 6-point ultimate, abusing it.
Yeah, you can get that run it back very, very easily here. And for the side of Villains, it's, you know, their debut or their core 5 here. Prophet, we normally see on the Raze, but he's going to be on the Jet this time. Sheriff already being invested, and Bliss already putting up some early stars towards this C site, trying to line it up, though Prophet's got a little bit of a nice off angle here over the top of that Nebula.
Sneaky camera angle from Marsh as well. Not something you see every day. A very iron camera from Sonics now, actually, as they move to NA. Okay, some usual used early on. They secured the ult orb at least for Team Bliss, and they back right out. No one on B site, though. That's a little bit concerning.
Yeah, they've left B completely open here. Of course, debut of Bliss's new 5th member here, Azo, going to be on the Sova. Freshest, going to be gravity welled off of the spike plant for the moment. Suave takes out Azo there in Garage. That's a key player taking out. Dust now not going to be there for the post plant as they secure the plant. They now have to play for it. Major stuck up through the Garage there. Finds a kill on the Suave, and now it's up to Villains to try and retake it here. And Bliss, they're playing far back. They're just waiting for the tap to happen.
They killed your turret. Obviously, it's so money on pistol rounds. But as I say, that Easy gets executed. 1-for-1 trades, bit of a bloodbath. But hey, look, it's Villains with the man advantage. Nice curveball come through. And Fletches, he's a bit blinded. Marsh, nice flex. 2v1. Jungle Wow gets wallbanged to death by the Sheriff buy on Prophet. It paid off. And now, even though it was a little bit messy early on, Villains, they take the pistol round. Oh, that's just BM.
A little bit of tactical crashing there from Prophet, getting a little bit in the heads of Bliss maybe early on. And of course, Prophet buying that Sheriff first round, not what we want to see, but somebody seems like to do it on pistol because, of course, you can do it with the Jet. The idea behind it is you get a free 45 damage with a shot, a body shot, of course, and they can tailwind out the safety, and it's just a ton of free info as well given to Villains. And a first round taken, and Bliss not shaken though. A little bit stirring for a potential second round. A few Sheriffs to come out, but of course, just pistols on their board. Villains invested back into this one.
Was a bit of a James Bond shaken not stirred joke you just made. But hey, look, Team Bliss, they managed to take the ult orb onto Fletches, charging up his Sage Resurrection a little bit more. And look how many charges he has already. 6 out of 8. Goodness gracious. Good start. And there should be a bit of a damage throwaway round for Team Bliss.
I just want to secure as many kills as possible, maybe even secure a spike plant. Just take away the Spectres off of Villains.
If Fletches manages to plant the spike, he'll have the Resurrection online in the next round no matter what. It's just he has to plant the spike though. Okay, he does, and now he has to run to his death. That's it.
Very smart play there from Freshest. Very smart from Bliss overall to secure the res as soon as possible, because now, you know, that res is at 8 points. It's a little bit harder to get, especially on a map like Haven where the orbs are a little bit harder to get. You can see Myth sending the owl drone over. It does spot one towards the front of the site. That's Freshest here behind the wall as Villains They're pelting shots in, but they haven't tapped the spike yet. They haven't found any more kills just yet. Pocket coming out here, the garage with a bit of a vengeance. Him and Marsh combining for a little bit more than Bliss can handle right now. 2 up in the window as all the pistols come into play. It's Suave to pick up the first 2 and the last 2 and the second round to go to Villain's board.
There wasn't a single quiet moment on that retake. It was gunfire all the way through, very chaotic. And all I can say is, Fleshes, he went down with a smile on his face. He got the ultimate on board now. That's good. In fact, he's the only player to have an ultimate online in the entire server. Full buy now for Team Bliss, and this is their chance to strike back. Show Villains what they're made of. But Villains, you know, we're very unpredictable. I half expect them to go for some crazy play, like, I don't know, push down C-Long as an entire group or something, just do damage with the Spectres, run and gun advantage.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking about it here. Prophet and, of course, Pocket both here. The duelists down towards this long side. Bliss now with a buy. Could be looking to do a little bit more damage early on. You can see Villains playing very rotational. 2 players just outside of the spawn here. Marsh, of course, over at A, overseeing it all with the camera. And Bliss, they sense that Villains might look too aggressive here with these Spectres, so they're just going to play a little bit more default for the moment here and try and set themselves up for a potential site hit.
Indeed, easy Killjoy at mid as well. He just has that turret position so he can spot out any push down from garage or mid first. Marsh gets some intel as well. Calls the Nebulas, which I think were real. That's 2 stars basically invested by Bliss, and they have to go for this A site take, I would like to say. They work their way on. The spike to get planted, but 2 players still so far off. Easy on the lurk, and Villains,
Ooh.
damage is the best thing they can get.
That's a very nicely placed shock dart here. Azo, though, has a shock dart of his own to place in here to the Villains roster. As soon as they try and go for it, it lands point blank on a Prophet, down to 3 points of HP, and they're not going to expect easy on this flank. It's a bit of a long one to come in, and, well, Villains, it's a bit of a long retake to try and go for. Marsh has found the kill. Major dashed out into safety behind the box here as, well, Villains trying to find these kills, and they are seemingly able to do so. The stick trying to be put in by Pocket, but it's bagged by Jungle in the end. First gun round to go Bliss's board. Villains no bonus this time.
You know, as far as things go, that wasn't actually bad from Villains. They took down 3 rifles, and that's good enough. And they did exactly what I said earlier on, you know, being a little bit of an underdog team here, just be shameless. Use everything to your advantage. No need to stand still and shoot with the Spectres. Run and gun, and that's what catches Bliss off guard, I would like to say. And also, maybe just tilt them a little bit, just getting run and gun down. Okay, now Villains, they still have a lead, and it's a full buy on their part. Prophet has pulled out the operator, although it's over towards mid. And Team Bliss, still leaning over towards A.
Yeah, Bliss heavily stacked up. They've, of course, got the spike on Azo here. AL drone out to go for a bit of early intel towards the sewer as Freshest and Major to try and secure a bit of long control. Myth gonna be caught by Major. That's a nice shot to land, and that's an ace site opened up for Bliss yet again. Here, Nebulas go out, and Major goes up, and this is site completely unlocked here. Villains do have the members to go for this retake, but it's going to be a hard one here with Prophet in this position, Freshest with a wall off, and Bliss, they've got everything to work with here.
Nice start as well. It tells them basically how many are prepping for the retake, and it's still wary of a potential lurk coming from mid, which they are right from jungle. Well, but Major, there you go. There's the curveball going up over towards heaven. Jet difference, still spraying through and causing troubles. Pocket, you pop the runner back. Look, you slowed down so much, and then basically Ultimate's about to run out. Flesh is still hiding in the corner. Spike's ticked away a little bit too much now. Nothing that can be done. Team Bliss, they've taken this round easily. Clean execution.
Res secured, knives as well secured by Major, second round secured by Bliss, and the Villains now in a unfavorable situation. They found themselves at a bit of an early eco deficit, and Bliss, this is where they could start to put the pressure on. Bliss, a team that we've seen, of course, over in the Autumn Cup, they stem these early leads into something monstrous, and Villains, they're going to be on an eco this time, but of course they will be expected to see a buy in the next one. Anything they can do in this round, damage-wise, is more than enough.
Yeah, I don't fully approve of really, okay, never mind. I'll talk about that a little bit later as Team Bliss start off really fast, just going ape down C long, executes 2 players off the bat. Look, there's still a player hiding on the side there, and Azo surely to get this. No, it's Suave to get him. Flushes though, trades back instantaneously. Villains down to the last 2 players. Just go for some damage, get some sneaky kills, I suppose.
Marsh almost finding one on a major as the Cloudburst goes up for the one-way. Myth slowly but surely will be falling. Major continuing to put the pressure onto this villain side, but of course there wasn't all too much pressure to begin with. Third round to go to Bliss though, as they stem themselves around now in their favor. 3 in a row after the first 2 to go villains board.
Yeah, 3 in a row, and let's hope that Villains now with the full buy and 4 ultimates, they can stop Team Bliss dead in the tracks. Also, I want to see Villains maybe start to adapt a little bit more, because they've known basically every single time Easy does not go with the team. He's always lurking around, trying to get that lurk kill. And I hope to see Villains really adapt to their playstyle, maybe pick off Easy and then go aggressive on the defense themselves, just apply some more pressure. Let's just see how things unfold again. Profit buying back another operator. Hopefully this pays off. It does not, as Major with a single Vandal just takes him down. That's a huge investment already gone.
And of course, to bring up your point about Easy lurking, he's over towards middle, and of course he's the IGL here for Bliss, so you know he's playing kind of a puppet master, the chess man in the map, when he can just lurk up a storm hit. Going up through Garage though, is taking a heavy amount of damage, actually going to be taken out here. Easy falling victim to the Myth Sova, and evens it up to the 4v4. And a little bit of a favorable situation now here for Villains though. The res is available, and finally will we see it used by Fresh.
Yeah, nice as well. Defense from Team Bliss. Myth, as soon as he shoots at the recon arrow, they destroy instantaneously to save Easy. But Suave, though, gets Major going onto the C site. Team Bliss, they get the spike down, but it's a 4-on-4 retake. And look at Villains. They have the Cosmic Divide that could be potentially used here to assist in retaking the sites. Oh, there you go.
Good. That's going to be set up, and call it like you see it. Cosmic Divide goes up, the Azo takes down Myth. It's the curveball going to be coming out here. Pocket to line up on a 2, and that's what Villains want if they want to retake this site. Azo completely locked out of it, but Jungle, a key player here on the flank, and the Hunter's Fury comes out, and Suave's not going to expect it, not going to see it coming. There's now Pocket trying to stick it, trying to tap it at least, but Jungle has played this game of chess. It's checkmate in that round. Bliss take 4 on the board and get themselves off to an early lead here in this half.
Yeah, and that's another strength as well of Team Bliss. Besides Easy being on the lurk as well, you have Jungle Well, a really renowned lurker for Team Bliss. And Yifeng always like to say, you know, Jungle Well being on Astra, character suits him perfectly. All he has to do is sit back in the back lines, throw down his util, and then just join his team later on. Plus, Jungle Well being a clutch master on top, that's just value for money. Villains onto another eco, and Team Bliss, they're starting to start a little bit of a snowball effect.
Yeah, Haven, you can see why, even with, of course, all their roster swaps and such, all their troubles, Bliss still remain a very, very strong team on a map like Haven. 88% win rate overall, of course, to reiterate. That's crazy for a team that's, I guess, fallen out of favor in this top 4, but still looking to make themselves known. It's crazy. They're only one player over at the C site for Villains, and you might be meeting a ton of Bliss members in just a second.
Yeah, indeed. Team Bliss, I would say they've struggled a little bit just to break that skill ceiling and get into the top ranks, along with Oceania's best. But the lockdown's not going to help Marsh at all, as he has a spike on his control. That's nice, I guess. Oh, no way. He just destroys it for free. What was that? But Major takes down Suave, and Team Bliss is just going on a roll still. But Marsh, he manages to catch up Flesh just in the back lines. He's still undiscovered just yet. Has a Vandal in his hands. He can go huge with this. Gets a second for himself. A third will be fantastic. He's even to hit to back him up by Azo. Hold down the left mouse button. That's all he has to do, and just secures a triple. They all walk into his line of fire. Team Bliss, there is your 5th round back-to-back now.
It's 5 straight here. We saw a very cool play there from Marsh, but in the end, it was still Bliss able to hold it down. Beautifully placed spray there by Azo, and, well, starting to stem out of control early on. Villains, as we said, confidence is key, and it might be lacking right now. Pocket does have the run it back to use in this round, and Villains, they've got guns in this one, so we might see them try and go for an early play here, but Bliss, they might be one step ahead of them, sensing that there's a little bit of a weakness over at A. It's just going to be Marsh to hold that site down.
We've seen this in the past. Marsh, Cypher Util on A, and then he plays off site to play the retake with his teammates. Easy lurking over towards mid, maybe gets picked off, maybe doesn't get picked off, and Pocket has the runner back as well for the retake situation. But look, once Team Bliss, they take the site, Flushes, he walls up the defender halls. What do you do? What do you do? It's so much time denial utility.
And ton of denial here for Bliss. Villains, though, could go for this 5v5 retake, but Bliss are pretty comfortable in holding it there. The Cosmic Divide, the wall blocks it, though. The run it back from Pocket to destroy the wall, but there's still another one blocking the vision right now. Pocket just can't seem to get in here. Majors pop the knives, and he might be popping him point blank in just a second. Myth on the other side. Easy on this lurk, as we've seen from him so far. That Swarm's deadly damage to Pocket. Is somehow able to find that kill. Cosmic Divide will go down now. This is Villain's opportunity to pounce into this site. It's Azo holding the crossfire here with Freshest here. Freshest lining up on a 3. It's res available again, and it's not looking very likely here for Villains. The time is of the essence. Suave going to be dropping Freshest, but in the end, it's a round again to Bliss.
That was really expensive there, and honestly, I think it would have been better if Villains, as crazy as this sounds, go for the 5-man save. Your economy, it's a lot weaker than Team Bliss. You can do some damage to Team Bliss, but overall, doesn't really make that big of a difference. I'm not too sure, man. This Team Bliss, that's their 6th round back-to-back, and the round went exactly down as I said. Flushes the wall up, slow orbs, Pocket pops the running back, gets nothing out of it. This is starting to look a little bit more one-sided.
Yeah, Bliss looking very comfortable, of course. Haven, I expect, you know, Villains aren't too very afraid to play this map. Prophet with a nice start there, but Myth, he's taken Vulnerable down to 1 point of HP. Just a little bit of a pepper dart maybe to come out from Azo would be the cherry on top. Villains able to hold on to their man advantage, though. Myth still lucky to be alive at the moment.
Ooh. Nice execution onto Easy, and Marsh, he has a cage to play with and can potentially escape with his life here. No ultis just yet. Goes for the double tip. Takes down Fletch. A triple is fantastic, but once again, the curse of Marsh doubles enough. Triple, yeah, 3's a crowd, I would say. But hey, at least the aggression from Villains now on the defense, they managed to make the numbers advantage in their favor. But Jungle, that's a shot tap, but he's only good for 1. Azo strikes right back, but still, the 1v2, the last 2 players of Villains are so far apart. Azo can do the isolation and can clutch this out. It just comes down to the timing.
And I have to say, props to Myth. 1 HP and he's still able to get that kill. Good trade from him. And Prophet, he's spotting towards the garage. He knows he's read it. Azo's been spotted. Villains, after such a tyranny of Bliss, they finally secure themselves a 3rd on the board, and a much needed one going into the later stage of this half, because Bliss, they've got a ton of money to work with. They've still got the res available for Freshest and a ton of confidence in their back pocket.
It's funny, actually, you say tyranny from Team Bliss when it's Villains they're playing against. So, look, Team Bliss, they still have money to reinvest into this, although the past 2 rounds have been a little bit more expensive. Even if they lose this round, they can still buy in the next. So Villains, their job's not done just yet. They have to strike back and win rounds back-to-back, basically going flawless. They have Marsh with the Neural Depth ultimate, and that's really about all they have to work with. Flesh is with the Resurrection. You can't help but favor Team Bliss again. Going back to the roots, the stock standard A-Take, we've seen it time and time again. History looking to repeat itself.
Now they send the Aldrin through. It's Azo. And so this time it's Prophet holding this A site. Bliss, they send their jet to deal with Villains' jet. Villains still ever so careful of this potential B hit to come out, because of course that star's just outside of the C-Link here. The Aldrin doesn't see him for the moment, but will spot him in the end. Major takes out the drone, but Villains, they have info now that Major doesn't know where Prophet's playing from. An early pick being retrieved here by Villains. And this is Bliss trying to guess themselves into a site still.
That was a bit of a hero play from Major there. He had no intel whatsoever on site and just pushed out. Maybe there was 1, but there was 2 really. Prophet in an off angle, and that's a freebie handed over to Villains to start things off. Although I don't think Prophet saw Azo worm himself into the corner.
30 seconds
the recon arrow doesn't spot anything out just yet, and Team Bliss, these cutting noise and going for the final side take. Prophet, yeah, gets caught off guard. Wasn't expecting to end in the corner. There comes the resurrection from Fleshes, and one by one, this is systematic. Villains, they're getting dismantled on the A site. 3v5 post plant.
Not getting their bag stolen away from them by Bliss here. It's easy again on the lope, but this time Pocket in a little bit of a good position to find it there. He's aware of it, and now Bliss, though still favorable numbers in this post plant situation. Azo gonna send out a dart here. The neural theft to come out from Marsh here. Nova Pulse to the corner, the Molly 2. Hot hands come out, the flash comes in, the curveball arced by Pocket, but it's Azo picking up the kills. It's now Pocket to pull off some heroics, but in the end, it's Villains losing another round to Bliss. 7 on the board here to start off this first half. It is dominant on this attack side from Bliss. It's all they could ever want.
Villains, they're not really adapting to how Team Bliss are going for this A take, because it's so easy for Team Bliss. They've rehearsed it so many times, and it's so clean. That's all I have to say. Villains, I want to see them maybe push down mid. Go for a flank, for crying out loud. Once you take down easy, the flank should be wide open. Granted, though, the spike is ticked down a little bit more, so just it's a little bit of a lose-lose scenario, as much as I hate to say it for Villains. Pocket on the hero rifle can afford in the next round. He has the runner back available. He has to go large here.
Prophet with the knives point. Playing in Pocket. Continuing the swing here with Prophet. It's a massive hold there at long. Just sometimes you need to get aggressive against this Bliss roster. It pays off easy. Of course, the Lurk IGL now the only player left here. Villains, they find themselves a Hail Mary. The spike's in their favor too easy. Not long for right in just a second. Pocket gonna be tossing out. Hot hands. Forces easy to push on. Pocket, he can hear the footsteps. He's going to be backed up by his teammate Suave in just a second. Thrifty round stolen away here by Villains, and that's a flawless one too. They lose no one in that hole.
They lost no one. Pocket didn't even have to use the runner back. He invested in the hero rifle, and it paid off monstrously with Prophet's blade storms. And now they basically stole 3 rifles off of the dead cold hands of Team Bliss. That's good. Villains, if they can bag this last round in the first half, I think they go into the second on the attack side rather strongly. Besides, Tony, Haven being the attack-favored map, a 5-7 scoreline, or even a 4-8, that's not bad.
Yeah, Villains, they'll take anything that they can get for the moment here, because Bliss, they answered for Villains' early lead here. Hunter's Fury being used by Azo, and, well, Marsh is just playing the blue suede shoes, and he will narrowly avoid it. Myth, though, pulls his Hunter's Fury back. He wants a little bit of blood early on. It's Prophet, though, with the operator down low and mid, not the expected position of an operator, but he'll do the job for Villains.
Now, this is what I'm talking about earlier on, okay? Easy gets taken out, and this could potentially mean a flank from Villains, because there's no Sentinel to watch their backs. And now, Team Bliss, they're so split apart. You have 2 players over towards C, 2 players over towards A. The spike is on A, though, and there's a lot of defensive util there. Team Bliss, let's see what you do. You have a minute to play with. That's time.
I've got plenty of time to work with.
Oh, my God.
But
over towards C.
Over towards C here. Prophet scoped in. Does he expect a player here to swing the cubby, though? It's the first player to swing from the long side. Goes for the no-scope. Prophet, a little bit cheeky with it on this operator as now camera out here, and the hit goes towards this A site. There's still a player lurking at C here. The spike's down at A. Mid pelting bullets with the recon. He gets it with the fadeaway. It's now Azo to try and salvage this last round for Bliss. Pocket tosses up the blaze here, and he backs off to the sewer. He's going to be caught and taken low here. He's just going to bait for the time. Azo able to find the kill. 15 seconds now here. 3 members to face. Azo gonna try and go for a little bit of an unconventional play. He's just gonna take the duel. He's got 6 now. He has to stick this spike. Suave up on the sewer line. Myth on the outside. This is Azo in the fight of his life.
Yep, he's already gotten 3. He has to ace it to win it. So far, so good, I suppose. 4 Azo can do this. Oh my God, Myth versus Azo. Sova v Sova, and Azo has informational advantage. Myth, he's watching the wrong angle. Azo has gone for a swing. What an ace. What a swing. Oh my God, this newest pickup for Team Bliss. He is a monster.
Switching sides.
That is massive from Azo, and as you said, Bliss, ideally you want to be taking that 8-4, and Villains, they'll be only taking 4-8 on our scoreline. Azo, my lord, man. 17-8 on the Sova. This is a way to start off the close qualifier here for Bliss in dominant fashion. in this first half, and now Villains.
This good on during the Autumn Cup?
Azo didn't actually play in the Autumn Cup due to the roster lock. So yeah, we haven't seen Azo in a little bit more of a crazy officials circumstance till now.
So you're telling me that Team Bliss, they had to play with someone else for the entirety of the Autumn Cup and only maybe practice in the backlines with Azo. That's a lot of time invested and hard work. It's paying off.
You can definitely see all of it now. Major getting aggressive there. The Nova Pulse, he misses his opportunity though. Azo able to find Pocket on the fadeaway. Trade it even. The Shock Dart. Oh, that's not the one, Azo. Maybe we've given him too much credit. His head's gotten a little bit big. He's found a headshot on a Prophet. Fresh is down to hold this backside as two players look to approach. Myth has taken jungle, and this is now doable here for Villains, but Easy's here to lurk the IGL to lurk his way back onto this round, and Bliss to take themselves 9. Pistol again, this time not in the favor of Villains.
Okay, we hyped up Azo a little bit earlier on, but, you know, he still managed to put up a few numbers on the pistol round. He did his job nicely, locking it down. Villains, they've lost this pistol round now. Oh, Tony, what do you do? What do you do? I want to see them adapt. I want to see them call a timeout. Just think of a better strat. Stop Team Bliss's momentum right there.
Yeah, they're going to have to think of something here, and of course, Marsh, their IGL, not having the greatest of performances here with Myth. Normally, if Myth's going off a treat, here's Easy, yep. Very good intel being gathered. Sorry, Prophet. Gonna be taking out Freshest, and as I was saying, normally it's Myth and Marsh, I guess, leading the way, or Myth and Pocket leading the way here, and that's not what you want to see for Villains, though they have found themselves an A site. So they're gonna have to deal with Bliss here, quick and ready on this retake.
You're joking. Jungle, while at that distance with the Stinger, managed to spray down Prophet. That's not something you see every day, especially the Stinger post-nerf. No one really even uses it. Villains, at least, they managed to get the spike down. 3v3, though. Pocket has to shoot the recon out for his teammates. And he gets traded out 1-for-1. Now it's all down to Jungle. Wow, a bit of a Clash Master, but with a Stinger in this situation, he can do it. And then lineup may be possible. Good for one. Oh, runs out of ammo. Okay, I got a little bit too excited there. But Villains, they've won this. Was this a force-up, actually? Yeah, it is. They won their force-up.
Yeah, brave force up here from Villains, but it pays off, and, well, Bliss weren't expecting it, because now they're set to an eco round. We see a pause come in from the side of, I believe, Villains, yeah. They're going to be calling for a pause, trying to probably regather some momentum that was lost so much in that first half.
Well, that's a tactical pause, but this is actually a technical pause because one of the players were having a little bit of internet issues. But hey, look, man, it's the 21st century. Everyone's indoors. I wouldn't be amazed if internet usage was through the roof right now. Okay, Tony. Villains, they won the force-up indeed. Team Bliss on the eco, and this is them pulling out something absolutely mad. 5 players gamble stacked on C, at least what we're seeing right now. But Villains looking to go over towards A, I hope.
We hope to see Villains, especially for their round count, go towards that A site. And, well, 5 members stacked for this Bliss roster. Even the turret too. That could be a 6th, of course, crucial member. We've seen that turret do some crazy damage, especially when a few players are vulnerable. And, well, Villains, they're feeling a little bit vulnerable right now. Opening best of 1, and it's still 4 rounds in the favor of Bliss on our side swap, though. Villains, this is where they could start to close that gap.
They have to. They really have to. Because Team Bliss, they're already one off of double digits. Now Suave, let's see him get a lot of intel here. He's still assisting his teammates. And Villains, they're playing this so textbook standard, which is good. But Suave spots at 2 players, maybe more. Gets a double for himself. Maybe on for the triple, but Jungle finally does trade him back. And Flesh just manages to steal the ult orb. No, gives it to Easy. Not too bad. They got a kill, maybe a gun, and the ult orb. As Villains, they just hightail it over towards the A site, leaving only Prophet maybe to play a small lurking role.
It's a scatter here. It's Myth throwing out some shots here, and he is going to be the one to watch here as 3 members here from Bliss try to retake Freshest. That's a quick tap there. Myth punished for his positioning. Spectre picked it up here, and Bliss, they could go for this retake now. Of course, Villains have secured themselves the plant position. Prophet high line up on top of there. Fresh just taken 2. I say it's doable, but now it's very unlikely, though. Jungle has been pivotal in the clutch, but Villains, this is all in their favor.
Yeah, look, I think you really did jinx it, because the moment you said they could do it, you have Easy just caught out in the open, pulling his utility out, playing with his toys, and Prophet with the Bulldog, a very sleeper gun, by the way. I rate it so much now because it's cheaper and slightly buffed. It can do a lot of damage, and it's basically a pseudo rifle that can be carried over into this round. So let's see what Villain's trying to do on their late bonus buy. I'm going to call it that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a delayed one here, of course. We saw second round go to Villains and really shake up Bliss's economy, but of course now, judge out for Azo, and he's going to be playing close towards this garage, the spot to play for if you're, of course, purchasing up a judge, and that dart, really damage.
They have to use utility to clear this angle because that's discipline. You never know what's around the corner.
Ooh.
Stock standard and pocket. Oh, those bullets getting dangerously close to Azo.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a trademark wallbang. More, surely we see it. Pocket, come on, we know it. They don't know it, though. Of course, they don't have the X-ray capabilities that we do. And this could be Azo going huge here, because, of course, as we've seen, Villains, they put a few shots into that door, but not too many to take him out. Prophet is going to have to be very scared there. They flash him in the outro to come in. Azo, though, still able to get the kill. He drops the darts, he drops the damage. And that's Bliss taking an early kill. They've taken a ton of early damage too. Easy's taken out Myth, and Villains, they're now scattered in their take.
Easy, he has to go a little bit easy on the ammo there because there's only one spare mag left as Marsh manages to worm his way onto the A side, but Questions just has the sharpest shot. Can you believe that this guy was an ex-FIFA player, by the way? He's just putting up numbers for Team Bliss. And now Villains, this pseudo bonus, it's gone rather poorly. Haven't managed to get a single kill. They've done some damage, but they need more than that. As Prophet trying to work his way over to C solo by himself, and his teammate nowhere near. Time is running thin. Just go for kills at this point, I suppose. Or get killed.
No, we'll get killed there. Jungle playing the off angle, a flawless one from Bliss, even a wallbang to close it. 10 now on the board here for Bliss. Double digits secured, and it's just getting harder and harder now for Villains to answer because money's now starting to stack up. Though Villains, they have a buy. They've got two ultimates, the Neural Theft and the Cosmic Divide. But for the side of Bliss, they've got the Cosmic Divide of their own to deploy. Of course, also the lockdown almost available for Easy. This is going to be hard for Villains. Whether they take A, whether they take B or C, there's always a Bliss player ready and willing to trade it out.
Yeah, Easy gonna have to be a lurker on the defense now. Just stay alive because his ultimate, very crucial. Okay, I like this from Team Bliss. This is the defensive aggression we've seen on higher tier teams. Just mix things up a little bit. You have a 4-round buffer to play with. They've taken A control basically completely, and they're still hiding. Villains has no idea what's going on, but they have utilities to play with. But do you use it to clear these close angles, which you would assume you have? Okay, yes, you do, because they were smoked off earlier on. But this is a bit of a crossfire here. And Prophet has no idea. A Major, one kill. Jet Privilege dashes away. The wall to come up as well. That's a free kill going the way of Team Bliss early on.
So smart there from Bliss, and unfortunate there for Villains. They sent and checked their corners even. You saw Pocket start to get a little bit antsy, expecting a Bliss push, but, well, now they back themselves up, and they're going to be playing double stack over towards this sewer line. You can see Easy looking for a little bit of early incel down towards lower mid, and despite losing a member, Villains still trying to go towards this A site.
Team Bliss, they played the buddy system, the teamwork very well, and even when they were fun crew in the past, they still did it very well, and that's what caused them to get picked up by Team Bliss. Cosmic Divide now being used, and Villains, they're going just all in, gambling on this A side. Haven't cleared much though. Pocket, that's an amazing flick, but gets straight out instantaneously. Flush is still hiding on the side. Good for one, finally gets taken down, and Villains, they swing things around completely. Easy's by himself now. His position is revealed. 1-on-3. Best of luck, man.
He's trapped even behind a cage there, well placed from Marsh. Because they know there's only one spot Easy could be coming from. Not Heaven, not Sewer, not Long. It's coming from the door here. Gravity Well comes out, pulls Easy in for a little bit, makes him vulnerable, of course, to the shots to come out from Billet's turrets. Out here to try and spot, but Bliss not given anything here from Villains. Of course, all playing for this time, all playing for the spike. Dart comes out, Myth to swing. Easy secures the lockdown now, and well, he's just going to keep his phantom. He's secured ult, and he can just back off completely. A round win to Villains, but that's a win in Easy's book.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Because once again, you know, that 4-round buffer, it can live to fight another day now with a really strong defensive retake ultimate. And I just want to point out in that round, that very particular situation there, Easy, it was very daunting from to push out of that Nebula, right? And in the past, pre-nerf Killjoy with the lower cooldown of her utility, Easy could have made that play a lot faster. Maybe got some one kill and then used his ultimate right then and there to secure the defuse potentially. But because of the 20-second cooldown period of his turret, that's what forced him to wait for so long, using his usual first to clear these angles and then push out. Nice. And now the game, as you can see, it's centered much more around gameplay and intel gathering, more skill-based rather than using your utility to, like, you know, bail you out in these situations.
And as Right said themselves, Project A, precise gunplay kind of game, and precise shot being laid from jungle. That's straight through the Nebula. Myth gonna be dropped dead where he stands, and Pocket tries to send it in to run it back. He's now forced back into the cubby where he used it. But this is Bliss overstacking potentially the C site. You can't get out, and well, the few members that aren't at the C site for Bliss, they're gonna have to tend with his A hit.
Oh, Pocket doing a little bit of a Michael Jackson there, but it still goes down 1 for 1. The blades are all missed by Major. That's unfortunate. Now he only has to play with a pistol. Has a dash available, so don't count him out just yet. But Spike is down now. I mean, they have a Cosmic Divide and Hunter's Fury potentially for Bliss to retake. And the 3v4, they should go for this. And Villains just playing so far off sites.
You see, Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury, interesting choose of ultimates here though for Bliss. They can stick the spike completely because Villains, they're not going to hear it. That wall covers Prophet's opportunity to go over the top, but he's found by Freshest. They're holding for it. Bliss as a team retake that site, and there's nothing Villains can do about it. There's too much util in play.
Yeah, indeed. That was clinical once again from Team Bliss. They had that basically rehearsed down to a T. And, you know, it just really shows that their roster, at least on Haven, it works. It works. With easy or without. As long as you have Juju Jungle out with the Cosmic Divide, what do you do? Fwesh just walls up short as well. It's so dominating to play against. Well, I won't say dominating, but suffocating. So now, okay, Villains, this is a... Would you call this a desperation buy? Maybe. They don't have the blades, they have the Bulldog pulled out, and this is to stop Team Bliss from getting match points.
Yeah, this is... I guess, yeah, desperation buy.
It's a normal buy. It's a normal buy.
It's a bit of a normal buy. It's not the desperation just yet, but it's definitely feeling very, very rough here for the side of Villains. Easy gonna be getting himself back up through that Nebula into a little bit of a safer spot, because Villains have overtaken this garage, and Bliss are just more than happy to give it up and play for maybe a little bit more of a passive angle there. The dart comes out. Azo is going to be finding Prophet. This man is so clean on this Sova so far, this entire best of one. Definitely showing why Bliss picked him up.
Dude, he's top fragging as well. Not even on a duelist, as a battle Sova. That's just brilliant. Prophet's gone. That's basically the space clearing agent, space making agent for Villains. And the Villains are not opting to rotate over towards A, which is empty, by the way. And now this mid-push from Team Bliss may not pay off, as they're just getting mowed down. And Pocket goes for the reload. Major makes up the numbers instantly.
Massive there from Major, and as you see, the Tailwind used, very pivotal, setting themselves up here. 30 seconds left, and Villains trying to find their way onto a site there. The Cosmic... Nice shot there from Myth. Rez comes in, Hunter's Fury, because Myth knows where that Rez came off and does half tag up Azo. But now, Bliss have got 3 members to work with here, and they're not going to expect Major on the flank. Such a pivotal position. He's even going to get the cherry on top, man. Major going massive in that round. Bliss secure themselves match point. You can't count this man out on the duelist either. We speak about Azo, but Major's having a crazy performance too.
He's having a major show up, I guess. I don't know. Look, Villains... I don't know about that play. Like, you had the Hunter's Fury. Maybe it would have been better to use in the post plant, but then again, you've lost long control. There's no smokes there. Surely you have seen that coming, because if they go for the mid-res, what's the next logical place to go to? Garage? Maybe, but long is also not out of the books as well. A safe plant, maybe backside, would have been the best choice because they already had that much control. But now Villains, this is the desperation by half armor, Spectres, Judge, Bulldog, only one hero rifle on Pocket. Let's see him get an initial pick as Azo manages to take him right down. But Villains, my god, they're just spraying through the smokes and picking up value from money. Although Flesh just keeps them honest.
Ooh! Major, my God, man, that, he missed the first. I had little faith in the second, but he proves me wrong here. Now, of course, the 3v2 in the hands, make it 2v2 as Marsh has spotted Fresh just in a little bit now of a dicey situation. Jungle seems to somehow make it work. That spike down, it's Marsh now to clutch it up. Neural theft here, he knows where Major is hiding. He's got spike and he's got 50 seconds. He can go for a rotate out here, but he's looking to go towards this B and he's not gonna get it here. Major, he's outread him. My God, unfortunate there from Marsh, almost.
I don't know. I think Team Villains over towards the very end there, they start to lose their composure. They didn't even use a tactical timeout. They have the option to use it. They opted not to. And, at that point, the game already slid away. Team Bliss, they take the win. I'll say this, though, Tony. It was good on the rounds. It went good, but it wasn't convincing. 13-7.
That's normally the way it goes, though. We have to speak about Azo and Major's performance, especially Azo there. 23-14, his debut game in this closed qualifier here for Bliss. And, well, they're looking to move on here to face Sots, of course, in that upper bracket. And that's going to be a pretty crazy game, of course. We saw Sots actually upset Wildcard earlier. And, well, that's going to be Villains now to that lower bracket to take on Wildcard.
Yeah, and now when you mention slots, let's actually take a look at the bracket now to see what it looks like, considering all the games, the 4 games for tonight are done, all best of ones. Now in the lower bracket, Orglitz and Mind Freak have to duke it out for survival, Wildcard, and Villains as well. That's a very daunting matchup. But however, on the upper bracket, Order versus Peace. That's going to be a match to watch, I reckon. How much homework has Peace done? Straight out of Zoo versus Team Bliss. That could also swing either way.
Yeah, these are some crazy games here, and not the bracket we were expected, but still a one we like to see, of course. Orgla's going to be taking on Mind Freak as well in that lower bracket, and as we said, Wildcard now to take on Villains too, and it's going to be very, very up to some of these lower bracket teams to adjust to how they want to play it, because of course now the best of 3s in that lower bracket, best of 3s in that upper bracket, and it's all up to how these teams want to play it.
Yeah, best of 1, it could be a little bit of upset and anything can happen, but at best of 3, that's the true test of a team.
Yeah, it's truly a tester here, and of course that is our final game done to a wrap. That's
indeed
best of 1's gone, best of 3 is now in, of course, and a ton of more VOT action.
Well, guys, that's basically all our games for today. Like you said it, 4 best of 1s done and dusted. I'm William Zhang, Digital Cast. Of course, with me tonight, Anthony McMullen, 2Tap Tony. Now, going further on in the bracket, we'll be passing the torch over to the Mitch gang, Mitch Conky Concannon and Mitch Pilsky Pilipowski. That's a mouthful, I gotta say. But hey, look, they will guide you through the rest of the bracket. It's the exact same time tomorrow, so follow these socials that are going to be plugged in the chat, I'm sure. And guys, stay tuned. See you next time. Thank you very much.
And of course, Open Qualifier 2 signups are just under pressure as well, of course, coming up after these closed qualifiers. I believe next week, if I'm memory, of course. If I'm slipping here, all over at LetsPlay.Live, of course, /VOT to check out all the action that unfolds, whether it's closed qualifiers, whether it's Open Qualifier number 2. Of course, a ton of these teams definitely want to get back to this closed qualifier.
And yeah, cool. That's all from us. So hope to see you guys tomorrow with the Mitch gang here to show you the ropes. See you guys later.